Welcome to Edwin Eisendrath's It's the Democracy, Stupid. A set of conversations about our government, our politics, and the kind of country we aspire to be. And now, here's your host, Edwin Eisendrath, on WCPT 820, Chicago's Progressive Talk.
And welcome, fellow working class heroes. How are we doing on this Saturday? I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath here on It's the Democracy, Stupid. Edwin will be back on December 6th. So for the next 3 hours, you're kind of stuck with me. Look, I'm sure you're used to hearing me every weeknight here on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk, 7 to 8 p.m. But today we're jumping in on a Saturday afternoon to talk about affordability. Yeah, affordability, because I don't know if you noticed, this past week was, it was affordability week. First time in 40-some weeks on a president who ran on affordability. Eggs were going to be cheaper. Gas was going to be cheaper. Life was going to be cheaper. Elect Trump, it was going to be utopia. And yet, I got to tell you, in my neck of the woods, not sure where you're at, but everything is higher. On Inauguration Day, gas in my neck of the woods was $3.05 a gallon. Today it's $3.39. Eggs up, bread up, milk up, everything up. Nothing more affordable. And yet we were told this is great. Trump said it. It's never been better. Prices are plummeting, and yet average everyday working people are finding it incredibly difficult to make ends meet. And this is where, in this moment, I think there's an opportunity for working people to find each other, to go, look, life is much more unaffordable. The cost of everything is going through the roof, and wages, well, stagnant and declining as they have for the last 40 years. Now, my congressman, Scott Perry, because I reside in central Pennsylvania, he told me this week that Thanksgiving dinner was going to be cheaper. Prepared mashed potatoes are down 1.5% over the previous year. So that, in his view, winning the war on high prices. And this week, again, affordability week. What proposals did you hear? Did anything catch your attention on how we're going to make life more affordable? Did Trump say something that said, hey, this is a guy who's in my corner. This is a guy who's fighting for my family? I didn't see it, but I want to hear your thoughts. What I did see is I saw a president who, welcomed someone who our own intelligence said was responsible for chopping up a Washington Post reporter. I saw that. I saw a news report on Trump calling a reporter, telling her to be quiet, piggy. The height of respect for women. I also saw that Trump's Department of Education is going to, I guess, no longer view nurses as professionals. I saw a lot of that stuff. I saw a lot of attacks on the guardrails of democracy, a lot of attacks on working people, but nothing to make the lives of working people better. And I know, but Rick, he said we're all going to get $2,000. You're not getting $2,000. Republicans aren't going to bite that bullet. They're not going to take that on. And understand, if they do, they're going to get saddled with the same thing they saddled Biden with. You're going to cause inflation. It's going to be squandered. You're giving it to lazy people. There's going to be a million attacks on this that Republicans, they like to say for themselves. So today on the program, what I want to spend a little time talking about is what should, and what must we do to make life more affordable for working people. Housing's out of control. Healthcare, out of control. Childcare, out of control. Americans are feeling it. Red hat, blue hat, green hat, no hat. Everyone's feeling the pinch. And the reason I think affordability is so important is there was a new study that just came out. Gallup and the Charles F. Kettering Foundation just put out this study under the Democracy for All project. And, there's some, the tagline, important findings that, the country's more united than we're led to believe. The idea that political leaders should compromise, 80% of us said, yeah, we want that. Now, again, devil in the details. What are you compromising over? I think that's important. But 83% said there should never be political violence to move your goals. I'm there. 83% want there to be limits on how wealthy people and businesses advance political candidates and their causes. 84% say that the country's stronger because of multiculturalism. And you can go down the list of all these things that we agree on. Now, the part for me in this study that I find most important, because we're on a program called It's the Democracy Stupid, I go back to what James Carville said. It's the economy, stupid. And I believe that the democracy and the economy go hand in hand. And what they found in this is that and this isn't, I guess, not really groundbreaking or something that we didn't already know. But the reality is the more money you make, the more you believe in democracy. 3/4 of Americans with college degrees say democracy is the best form of government. People without a high school education, under 50%. And understand, when you're struggling to put food on the table, when you're struggling to keep a roof over your head, when you're struggling to get the health care that your kids need, when you're struggling at every turn, what's been sold to us isn't working. Now, look, the privilege of having higher wages and better conditions in life, that gives you a little more luxury. To think in a little more high-minded way. So for me, in order for democracy to be saved, we've got to have an economy that works for all working people. And this brings me back to where I think Democrats need to find a message. Republicans need to come back home to the economy instead of more tax cuts for rich people, more tax cuts for billionaires. Because, little secret, don't know if you know it, but trickle-down economics doesn't work. It was never going to work. It was never supposed to work. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. It made rich people richer and working people poorer. Simple. And again, in the classic frame of labor organizers, which side of that divide are you on? The classic labor question, which side are you on? Sure, if you're on the side of the billionaires, the tech bros, you're on the side of the elites, of course, you're going to want policies that push this. But if you're a working stiff like me, if you're someone who punches a clock, goes to work, and at the end of the week that paycheck doesn't go quite as far as it used to, you're looking for alternatives. And I think this is the rise of what Trump got us. So for me, where we go from this point is, well, we need sound investment, smart policies, and how do we get there? That's why I turned to one of the smartest people I know in the economic sphere, the dismal science, my good friend Mateus Vernengo. He's a professor of economics there at Bucknell University, does a great blog. nakedkeynesianism.blogspot.com is the site. Mateus, thanks for taking time for us.
Thank you for having me, Rick.
So, we've been talking about this idea of democracy and affordability and the economy being all one kind of ball. The more money you make, the more you believe in democracy. The less money you make, well, maybe not so much. Are you surprised by that?
Well, I'm the economist. I take that, political scientists suggest that that's the case. I think that it's not just, the question of whether you make too much money. I think my suspicion as an economist, is it's also the expectations of what you could do in the future. So I think that matters quite a bit in my sort of experience. And I think what has happened over the last 40, 50 years, so it's not a new phenomenon, is that the expectations have been shrinking. Not only, you're not doing well. People are angry because they're being squeezed, and that's the truth. But they don't have an expectation that they're not doing better than their parents. and I'm not sure that they think their kids are going to do better. And I think that's something that turns people against the system in a broad sense, and of course the system, although imperfect, it is a democracy, and so I think that's why we have very few people that go and vote, and the turnout in elections is so low, and why people are despondent.
And again, you're back to where this study, this Kettering Gallup study comes out. The wealthier people are, the more they believe in democracy and the more they're willing to participate because, you've seen the studies, the people at higher incomes vote at much higher rates than people at lower incomes.
Well, there are other issues in American democracy that I think it's important to note. I've been in this country for 30 years, but I did participate in elections in other countries. I was born in Argentina. A dictatorship forced my family to, it was a year before the coup, but, forced us to leave. I grew up in Brazil. It was still a dictatorship, I should say. I participated in rallies in which people called for democracy in the 80s in Latin America. So I think that it's important to know that in the United States, the vote is on a Tuesday. And there are many limitations for working class people that want to vote, want to participate, that they have to jump through. In most Latin American countries, and look at what I'm saying, we're not well known for being pro-democracy or providing, the tools for people to, exercise their rights. And yet the vote is on a Sunday. And so, people have time to go and vote. You go to church, you go to whatever you want to do, to the soccer game, and you go vote, and you have time to do that. There is I should say, for example, in Brazil there is electronic vote, and there are it's one national system that makes it very uniform and easy to navigate. So there are things that I think. There's a long tradition in the United States of making it hard for poor people to vote, for working people to vote. And that's part of American democracy. So to try to deny that that's a constitutive element of democracy in this country, which was exemplar for many countries in the world, certainly for all Latin American countries, that from independence look up to the United States as an example to follow. So I'm not saying this, but as pure criticism, but as just realistically noticing that it is designed to make wealthy people participate more. We live in an oligarchic system. It's democratic and oligarchic. If you're wealthy, you have more of a voice. Elon Musk's votes counts more than yours. He paid, how much did he give? I don't know how much he gave, but he really bought a presidency. I don't know if he likes what he bought, but that's not my problem. You see, but it the elections are up for vote. For being bought to some extent since Citizens United in particular. But that's not a bug in the system. It's very much part of how American democracy was designed to function.
Yeah, I think it was Lucy Parsons who said that if you think that they're going to allow you to vote their wealth away, you got another thing coming. But here back to the point of affordability, though, because again, I've made this connection between people believing in democracy and their economic station. Which this study, makes this correlation to. I think that there's an opportunity to really push some very good policy. And yet this past week was our first affordability week. Much like the first term where every week was infrastructure week, I think we're going to have a lot more of these without any real policies. And I think there's an opportunity for Democrats or sane Republicans to really make some headway, because I think people are still angry because the economy's not getting better. You're the economist here. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, that's very much the case. I think the job numbers came out, the September job numbers, so we're not getting the October numbers. I don't know when we're getting those. It's slightly better, but it's still unemployment ticked up to 4.4. It's not a terrible labor market. We are not in a recession. But people are not happy for obvious reasons. Inflation, remains subdued. One can say, yes, it's 3% annually to September, from September 24 to September 25. I don't think it went up much, if it did at all in October. We will find hopefully soon. But people are being squeezed. That's why I said people are being squeezed. They're not angry just for no reason, So, and if you look at the numbers of wages at the bottom, non-supervisory, employees, they're actually going up in real terms. But that's not the issue, I think. It's missing the issue if you think that people are just concerned with inflation. So if affordability is just inflation, I think we're missing the point. And that's the wrong lessons that Democrats should take out of what's going on. I think people are angry because they don't see their lives getting better.
Right.
And that's the sort of significant issue here. And I think you're right that Democrats, first of all, let me say this. Even if they didn't do anything, I think Trump will be very unpopular. He's already unpopular. He was never that popular. He won, of course, this time, second time around with the popular vote. But he's never that popular. The turnout is very low. The number one in the election was actually, didn't vote. So that's the number one. That's what most people voted for. They didn't go vote. And so I think he's going to be unpopular because none of his policies. So immigration supposedly is to crack down on illegal immigrants that are taking your job and are bringing down your wages. Supposedly they're not. And wages are not going to go up because of that. Manufacturing jobs are not coming back. So the last report shows, again, manufacturing jobs are declining. So the tariffs didn't work to bring manufacturing jobs back. His policies are, in that respect, a step down and worse than the policies that Biden pursued in order to try to bring some manufacturing jobs back to the United States, and good jobs with that. He's doing nothing really for increasing the wages of the people at the bottom, other than, again, by expelling and going with ICE in terrible ways against immigrants, trying to bring the worst, I would say, in American society. So I think that all of that, it's a mistake. Democrats, I'm hoping that Mamdani, with creative ideas, the idea that, we can create public stores, that those can sort of provide certain basic goods at a cheaper price, that we can sort of think of alternative ways of providing housing that it's affordable for people. There are, cheaper, access to rent, access to mortgages at, more decent, rates. For that, the Fed could help and bring interest rates down. But I don't think that anything is in the horizon. I should say I don't see. I mean, the other thing, the thing is, when you look at inflation, that it's at about 3%. The things that have been high are energy associated to gas and electricity, partly because of the AI boom that has pushed those data centers and whatnot, and health services and shelter, so rents. And I would say health, we should do something about that. And again, I think Democrats have to be bolder on this. Republicans they created the idea of the mandates and what we call these days Obamacare. They're against that. They have no plan. I think they're going to pay a high price because they after the shutdown, it seems that the premiums for everybody that it's on the Medicare extensions will go really up, and they'll have a lot of trouble. Those that are in the Obamacare sort of private programs, and so. So I think that this is the time to try to push, more boldly for what Democrats used to be for those that remember that, for national health care payment, a single payer system, a national health care system properly, which every other developed country in the world does have. And I think that would make a huge difference in the life of people.
Yeah, and look, healthcare systems around the world that we helped set up after World War II. That's the interesting part of it. We couldn't do it here at home, so we did it for everybody else but ourselves. And this is where, again, this isn't new stuff. I mean, if you listen to Republicans now talk about Mamdani and all these horrible socialist policies, this is stuff that our grandparents' generation did. They built housing, they built a healthcare system, they built an education system, and it was all public. This idea that we've got to do everything to feed the profiteers, that's failed us at almost every turn.
Yes, no, I mean, I don't know who said it, that, it's socialist if it's for the working class, if it's for helping people. And it's acceptable if you're saving bankers. So we do have socialism for those at the top. We rescue them every time that the economy tanks. So I think that at this point, the problem that Democrats will have is that if they don't provide an alternative to Republicans and to what Trump is doing. But I think Republicans led to themselves and to their own devices are going to be very unpopular in the next elections. They are jumping boat. Their own coalition, Marjorie Taylor Greene, resigning or promising to resign and so on and so forth, shows how some of the people that, for good or for bad, had concerns with the working class within their ranks are not happy with what's going on.
Yeah, no, look, I go back to this is the first affordability week of this presidency, a presidency that was supposed to be based on cheaper eggs. And look, eggs aren't they're more expensive than they were on Inauguration Day in my neighborhood. Gas prices are more expensive. Everything's more expensive in my neighborhood. And this is the first after 42 odd weeks that we've heard this president talk about any of this stuff. And look, I guess this week, I got to get your thought. What was the big proposal that came out of Affordability Week this week out of the administration? Was there any concrete thing that they said, this is what's going to help?
Oh, the tariffs. They're bringing, that I can sort of suggest anything. He said that he's going to bring down the tariffs, so at least some of the tariffs that he himself imposed. So to the extent that the tariffs did have an impact on inflation, it was minor, but they did. So studies, the Yale, Budget Lab had some sort of, or they linked some study. I think it's there where they saw it. Something like of the 3%, something like 0.7% of inflation is due to so it's less than a third to the tariffs. So the tariffs had an impact. It's not huge, but it's there. And he's going to try to eliminate that. So perhaps the coffee in the Starbucks in your neighborhood will come down from $12 per for a small amount of coffee to $10
or $11.99. No, and then look, and that money certainly is not going to the workers who are right now organizing and fighting for their first contract. And I look 100% with them. You're listening to It's the Democracy, Stupid. I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath. He'll be back on December 6th. We're here with Mateus Fernango, professor of economics at Bucknell. Going to take a quick break. I want to get your thoughts on the other side of the break. If you want to call in, 773-763-9278. That's 773-763-9278. If you want to talk about affordability, you want to hear something you heard this week that Trump said that is going to make your life better, I want to hear it. We're going to take a quick break. You're listening to WCPT AM 820, Chicago's Progressive Talk.
You're listening to Edwin Eisendrath's It's the Democracy, Stupid on WCPT 820.
Welcome back to It's the Democracy, Stupid. I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin. You can check out my program every weeknight here on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk at 7 p.m. I'd love to hear your thoughts. You can email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com. If you've got questions right now, comments, something that you're excited about, something you're angry, happy about, I want to hear it. 773-763-9278 is the call-in number. Mateus, I appreciate you sticking around through the break. You saw this Fox News poll that just popped out. 76% of the people that they polled view the economy negatively. That's higher than it was during the Biden years. That's higher than it's been, quite frankly, most of my working life. So the anger that we were talking about is actually very, very real, and an opportunity, I think, for Democrats to go after those policies. If you're advising, what's that number one policy that you think you go after to try and make life a little bit better, a little more affordable?
Well, the low-hanging fruit is to increase the minimum wage. Increase the minimum wage has positive effects has a demonstration effect on bargaining of wages all through the economy. So the obvious thing to do here is, Democrats had for a while a majority in both houses, narrow. But they could have killed the filibuster and pass the minimum wage increase through reconciliation. That's something Republicans have done for almost anything that matters for them. So I don't see why Democrats cannot do that. I mean, do you want to hold for the Supreme Court and have filibuster for that? Sure. I can see why, that might be. I understand why making it difficult to make changes, that are abrupt and having a pendular sort of change all the time might be a dangerous thing for a democracy in which you want some degree of stability. But I don't think it would be the end of democracy if the minimum wage was, instead of being at the lowest level since practically it was created in 1938, if it was at a higher sort of level. So I think that's a first. As I said, I think healthcare policies are another thing that we hear horror stories all the time about the healthcare system, and I think that's another thing that it's in everybody's mind. It creates all sorts of problems for working class people. You cannot move jobs; you have to stay in terrible jobs sometimes because they provide to you healthcare. Those are, I think, the two obvious ones. I think some of the stuff that Biden was doing, I should say, was in the right direction. So policies, and with all due respect, the fiscal policies that sort of promoted some, with tweaking an industrial policy, the promotion of certain types of manufacturing jobs, and not all will come back to the United States. That it's a given, But I think it's important to reactivate certain parts of the manufacturing industry in the United States again. I think that's an important element of,
right. Especially on the national security side, because one, you need to defend yourself, and two, you need the jobs. Let's go to the phones. We got Cynthia in Denver on line one. Cynthia, how are you today?
Hello.
What's on your mind, Cynthia?
Hi. I can't hear you.
How are you? What's on your mind? You got a question, comment? Yeah, I don't think Cynthia hears me. Let's go to Max on the economy.
Hello?
Max.
Hello? I couldn't hear you.
Okay. Hey, Cynthia.
Hear you.
How are you? Okay.
Hi.
You got a question?
Well, no, I have a statement. I shop at something similar to Dollar Tree all the time for dog needs, miscellaneous needs for the house. The last 4 months, I noticed my bill went up to $130, $140 for items that used to cost no more than $70 or $60.
Yeah, that's the inflation eating away at the budget. And you're already going to the dollar store, right?
Yeah, at the dollar store. Who spends $120, $130 at the Dollar Tree store? So it's terrible. It's squeezing me terribly so.
Yeah, that's terrible. And I wish you the best. But this is one of those moments where we've got to get elected leaders who are paying attention to these issues. Mateus, you want to weigh in on the thought of there?
I'm not sure, that I caught that. Sorry, I'm not sure I caught what she.
Just the idea that prices are rising. I appreciate the thought, Cynthia. The idea that you've got this. Look, wages haven't gone up. The cost of everything is going through the roof. Look.
The macro data. So let me say this: the macro data. So if you look at the aggregate of everybody, the prices are not going up as much as wages. But as I said, that doesn't help you if you in your particular case that's not the case. It's not true. So I know that in my case, prices have gone up, and I haven't recovered the losses that my wages, have not followed inflation. So I have lost with inflation. But that's not necessarily, when you get the data for non-supervisory, employees, they're going up. The prices are going up from a very low base. So I think that's the story. Everybody is sort of angry because, the improvements are very small. And it's now not a couple of years. It's generational. We've lived in an economy. So if you are middle-aged, you lived in an economy that has not delivered for the middle class in a long time. The last 20-something years have been particularly bad so if the last 40 years were not good, the last 20-something years have been particularly bad, for the middle class and for working class people in the United States. So
that doesn't make it any easier for Cynthia, which the sad reality is.
I agree.
Wages unfortunately continue to not keep pace with inflation, and understand, this has been 50 years in the making of, as we've destroyed collective bargaining, as we've taken on ability to fight for better wages, hours, and conditions. This is what we get. Let's go to Max on line 2, talk about the economy. Max, what's on your mind?
Okay. Everybody remembers here when Reagan became president. Okay, when he became president, our debt was less than $1 trillion. Okay, he used the credit card to make America beautiful again, is what he was talking about. But he was putting into debt. When he left office, it was the equivalent of, in 2010, of putting us in debt of $6 trillion, which he spent somewhere around $2.4 trillion. Okay, and all that money that he borrowed it from his friends that were getting I'm pretty sure it was 5.6 something or 5.7 in interest off of the Treasury and buying those bonds. Okay, so he was making his buddies rich. The same thing that they're doing today. But the fact is that he's making them rich off of us, off of the poor people. The same way that Jeff Bezos has gotten rich, he has gotten rich off of the poor people. Just same way this guy, the Tesla guy, if you put up one of his cars up, a $60,000 car up against one of the Chinese cars, I think it's Built Your Dream cars, their $40,000 car is better than his $60,000 car, and the only way he's beating is because of our crony capitalist system that we have. If you brought those cars over here, a American that can't afford to buy a $17,000 car, they could buy a brand new electric, I think they're around $15,000 car, Built Your Dream car from them. But you know what? They won't let those companies shell in here because they'll put people like him, our crony capitalist system, out of business that are getting rich off of our tax dollars. And what we need to do, we need to get these companies are getting rich off of us. We own these companies just the same way we invest in these weapons companies. We own those companies, not the rich people. We own them. They invested when we built that B-2 bomber for, I think it was $30 billion. Our tax dollar built it. Then we were pushed aside, and the stockholders moved in and got made profit off of it. That's not their money. It's our money. And we know what we need to do. We need to take our money. We need to get these companies. We need to the people who work in there. They're the owners of Amazon, of Google, of Sam's. Every one of these companies that made profits off of our tax dollars, off of our investment, the American people are the owners of them. And that's what we need to start looking at. And so does the people that represent us, that don't really represent us, that represent the 1%. We need to hey, if you can't do that, you need to leave. I know we can't vote you out, but we need to shame them so much that they're just going to get the, out of there. And that's what we need to do. And if we're not willing to do that, if we want to just sit around and talk about it, I've been going to Washington for a long time and talking to our representatives, standing outside there with signs. People, all you got to do is pick up your phone, dial your representative, and tell them what you think of them, and tell them what they're doing wrong, and ask them when are they going to do their job.
There you go, Max. I appreciate it. A lot to unpack there. Mateus, you want to?
Oh, yeah. So let me say first.
Lot there.
There's a lot. I would agree with you that Reagan increased the debt a lot and that we didn't get much from it. Actually, quite the opposite. I should say Reagan is the first time that American debt went up in a period of peace as a share of GDP, as a share of our ability to repay. I always tell kids in my classes, you shouldn't be angry that we owe whatever is the size of $30 trillion. It's slightly more than $30 trillion that, the public debt has sort of piled up. What you should be angry is that we don't get anything in exchange that it's rich. So we get $30 trillion of debt, but there is no national healthcare system. So that's the part that, it's problematic because, the United States is not going to default on its debt. The United States has no problem. If we wanted to spend money to have a national healthcare system, we could do it. We even would spend less than we spend now on health. We would pay less for premiums. We would pay less for medications and so on and so forth. So there is space for the government to spend. The problem is on what we're spending. And I think you're right. Max is right that we're spending on corporate welfare. So I think his anger comes from the fact that the government does spend quite a bit of money. We expanded the debt, but that has not translated into better lives for working people. It has translated into accumulation of wealth for those at the top. But my only caveat that I want to emphasize, because normally, and this they speak openly about this. There were op-eds by Milton Friedman, and this program is out of Chicago, so it's probably good to remind everybody that Milton Friedman in Chicago was the mastermind in many ways of the policies that have dominated our economy for the last 50 years or so. In a famous memorandum written by a person who eventually became a Supreme Court justice, Mr. Powell, the Powell memo. He cites explicitly Friedman. And what Friedman used to say is that you have to starve the beast. You have to continue spending, particularly on this sort of corporate welfare things, and then reduce taxes, particularly for the wealthy, too. And then make big deficits and debt increase so that people can go and say, oh, look at the size of the deficits and the debt. This is unsustainable. We have to cut spending. And what are you going to cut and privatize? Social Security. And so it's very dangerous to accept the notion that the American government is broke and that it cannot spend and that the debt is too high. None of those things is true. That's a device, it's the starve the beast. It's a device created to cut even more of your benefits. So one has to be very careful. The debt is not the problem in the United States. It's how we spend the money and who we tax. We should be taxing the wealthy. We should be spending more on working class people and their families. But we don't have a problem with that, like Argentina has a problem with that.
Yeah, and having the world's reserve currency kind of helps as well.
Yes, by all means. The United States, is not, the people, when they get afraid, they don't run to foreign currencies. There are bubbles going on, that's for sure, but that's speculators. So I don't have money to put on cryptos and AI, and I doubt that the vast majority of Americans have. And so the truth is that this is a bubble for the very wealthy.
Yeah. Thanks, Max. Appreciate the call. Let's go to Peggy in Chicago. Peggy, how are we doing today?
Hi, good. How are you? Thank you for taking my call.
Anytime. What's on your mind?
His last comments were spot on. Corporate greed has infected every part of American people's lives. And billionaires being unhappy, being billionaires, they want to be trillionaires, need to be starved. They need to be poor. They need to be in the unemployment line. We are the people that can make a change and stop them from what they're doing, because big oil is not regulated to where they can have an $8 billion quarterly profit, but we're paying $4 at the pump. Healthcare has become a huge commodity. It's terrible that Hillary tried to stop it, and then Karl Rove shot her down. And then Obama got something done for the American people. And now this Republican Party, this same Republican Party, is trying to dismantle the very last part of it. And it's disgusting. Every one of them should be voted out. Am I right?
I'm right there with you. And look, the reality is that Republicans have a health care plan. It's called Pay or Die. If you can afford it, you live. If not, well, better luck next time. What do you say, Mateus? What do you think of the argument that corporate greed is one of our biggest problems?
It is, so, and that has we've talked about this before. I think that there is a problem that part of the working class in the United States has bought that argument. Has bought the notion that maybe one day you're going to be the guy exploiting all the others, and so you shouldn't be taxed. I always tell the story. I told you several times, Rick. The story of Joe the plumber, and being a foreigner, it was very surprising to me to discover that he didn't have a plumbing job, business. He was afraid of the taxes, the imaginary tax, the taxes that they would, in the future, Democrats would put on his imaginary business. Why? Because one day he would be the guy exploiting other guys. And so the idea of the self-made man and the idea that, I think it was Max said, we own the business, we build that. Obama even got into trouble because says you didn't build that alone, that you need the help of the community, that the things that we do at the end of the day depend on cooperation and a lot of support from the government. You got free education, you get, many of the things, that infrastructure, that allows you to profit from it, and that hence if you are part of the system, you have to give something back to the system. But that is a very strong ideological campaign at all times in American society, promoting the notion that it's the rugged individual on the frontier that did everything by him or herself. So
the Horatio Alger, pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Yes, that's a very strong ideological.
You're listening. You're listening to It's the Democracy, Stupid. I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath. He'll be back on December 6th. If you want to look forward to that, let's go to Jan on voting with your wallet. Hey, Jan, how are you?
I was so glad to find you were subbing for Edwin, because my husband just loves you.
Oh, good. Someone does.
I love you too, but I mean, we're big for the working class and for unions. So anyway, what I was telling your assistant was that what I like to do is I give my money to small businesses. I don't shop at Target. I don't order anything from Amazon. I don't go to Whole Foods because you know what? That guy's not a good guy. I don't want to support him. And women are the ones that make a lot of purchases in the home. I make the lion's share of the purchases, and my money is not going to those guys. Those guys have enough money. They don't need my chump change.
Amen. Good on you, Jan. I'm a big believer in the power of...
Bob Dylan said, money doesn't talk, it swears. It's an old Bob Dylan quote from his song, Masters of the Universe.
I'm right there with you. I appreciate it, Jan. Keep up the great work. Keep up the fight. I appreciate it. Thanks. No, look, Mateus, the reality is working people have the power to be able to make some significant policy choices with their wallet, don't they?
They do, and they have forced, in many cases, corporations to backtrack on decisions they made because they push back, and so they're afraid of that for sure. It's a pity there are not more people like her that decide not to buy products from corporations that are evil and do terrible things. And so,
boycotts work.
Boycotts work. Yes.
Boycotts work. Solidarity strikes work. Secondary strikes used to work, which is why they made them illegal for labor organizing in the country. Let's go to Jim in Chicago. Jim, what's on your mind, buddy?
Yeah, hi. How are you? I listened about the Biden crime family for God knows how long. And then you've got Trump. He gives a pardon to the crypto guy who was in jail, and he conveniently sells the software to his two sons, and his two sons get a $2 billion front money for their crypto scheme. And they make $80 billion. They make $80 million a year on the interest of that loan. They make $80 million a year. They got split between the two of them. So I feel sorry for them because, well, think of it. When they go into their pants to get the credit card out, they're going to get stoop-shouldered. You know, they have to pay for things. It's too bad that they just don't have a helmet on their head that they can just get through life without even doing that. You know, going through the motion. But that's the world we live in, and all I can say is, I mean, if this isn't white-collar crime right in front of your face, I don't know what is. Anyway, you guys are good. Yeah.
I appreciate it, Jim. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
No, Jim's right. I mean, look, this administration, we knew this, though. We knew this in the last term, that the graft we would see out of this administration was going to be historic. And, look, they haven't disappointed this time around, have they, Matthias?
Oh, no, it's, one of the amazing things about this second coming of Trump is that the first time everybody was angry that he didn't disclose his income tax. No discussion in the,
nothing.
Started like nothing, no pip, nothing. And last time there were, I remember having a conversation in 2017 with you, the strongest grounds for impeachment of Trump are, the evident sort of corruption and the fact that he didn't, Besant, he's Treasury Secretary right now. He has his, investments in a blind trust because, that's what everybody does it. Because you cannot be responsible for your own business and of the business of the country at the same time. There is an obvious conflict of interest. Trump is not required to do it. He has special laws, that preclude him. So it is the most corrupt presidency it's not the most corrupt presidency. This makes the pharaohs of Egypt look, transparent. There is no, King Louis XIV, was more transparent with and separated more his own accounts from the accounts of the state than Trump does. He's building a Trump Tower at the White House and destroyed a part of it without even going through the normal processes of doing these things. And, God knows what it will look like. It will look like the Trump Tower. It will be golden. It will be gaudy. The Golden House.
It will most certainly be gaudy. Let's go to Brian in Joliet. Brian, what's on your mind today?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Actually, I'm out in Albuquerque right now. I'm retired. I was electricians union, and I worked all over Chicagoland. At one point early in my career, I was on a service truck, which meant that we went to multiple different accounts during the week, hotels, hospitals, you name it, and a lot of businesses. And what I noticed is that illegal immigrants or immigrants are working everywhere. They're working in every niche, every capacity that employers can put them in. And I think the reason we have a criminal psychopath running America right now, or the White House, is because Democrats can't win elections. And I think, so we need to talk about what they're doing wrong. And I've been following the immigration issue closely since the 90s. It's one of my hobby horses I read quite a bit on. And progressives like to blend in legal immigration with illegal immigration. They don't like to make any distinctions, and they never want to talk about controlling immigration, limiting immigration, or punishing the employers that hire them. But the progressives, immigration is nothing but good, which I disagree with. I think like any commodity in a marketplace, if there's too much of it, the value of it declines, including human labor and human talent. And Democrats like to pretend that we can just have unlimited immigration because they never talk about how we need to control it. And I asked your economists there, tell us how we're going to solve affordable housing, shortage of housing, and bring up wages and job and living standards for the average Joe in America if we have a deregulated labor market, which is what tolerant illegal immigration does. You're swamping the market with people, and then people's wages don't go up. It's bread and butter. But Democrats do not talk about that. They're on it's nothing but goodwill immigrant speech. And people aren't believing that anymore. So that's my comment.
I appreciate the call, Brian. I've said before, I am not someone who believes in you swing the doors open and let everybody in. I think you have to have a process. I think the problem that we're in right now is Congress has failed to do their job to put anything in place to address this issue. But I want to get your thoughts, Mateus. I mean, there are some who advocate for open door immigration. I've never done that, but I'm curious from an economic perspective. What are your thoughts?
So I get Brian's point. So there is an argument to be made that if you have too much, of a thing, the price of that thing goes down. And so his point is too many workers, and that's why, wages are low. I'm sorry to say the evidence for that is non-existent. So in the places, for example, Cuba in the 1980s led a humongous amount of people, the Marielitos, entered the United States. Most of them went to Miami. They flooded Miami. Most of them were unskilled workers. So what happened with unskilled wages in Miami after all of the Marielitos came into Miami in the 1980s? They didn't go down. Because what regulates, with immigration, you think all of these immigrants will have very high unemployment. Unemployment is 4.4. It went a little bit up in the last report from 4.3 to 4.4. Because it depends on what people spend. Most of those immigrants create jobs, buddy. They go and buy stuff. They're very, the American dream? They are living it. They're incredibly industrious. They work hard. Most of them, the vast majority. They improve the conditions of the society they live in. They pay taxes. They pay payroll taxes and help maintain Social Security. So all the evidence goes against this that you're saying. All the evidence. I'm not saying that we should have open doors necessarily, but I think even undocumented, which is how I refer to them, undocumented, immigrants do provide, and are a positive force in American society. Of course, they're going to be blamed for several things that happen. But the fact that wages are going down is that we destroyed unions, that we moved jobs to China, that broke down the ability of workers to negotiate. The regulating the labor market is not allowing a few more immigrants to come in. It's creating laws that don't allow workers to organize, that make it difficult for them to organize, that eliminates their ability, if a worker can sort of, not pay his dues, allow them to not do that. And you move the factories then to the south. Most of the weakening of the labor force here, it wasn't the jobs, it started way before the jobs moved to China or to Mexico, even before. It's when they moved to the south, to the Sun Belt. Right. To states that, didn't protect workers' rights. And so that is the story. I understand where your anger is coming. My point to you is it's misdirected in many respects. I don't think Democrats will win elections because they're tough on immigration. That's bringing the worst of the American experience to the fore. I think Democrats will win when they produce a positive vision of the future, hope that, you can have a better life. And for that, you need things like, protecting workers' rights, bringing back legislation that protects those things, bringing policies that make, wages higher. So legislate that. Legislate a higher minimum wage. Give them free health care. Those things will bring, Bernie is very popular. Why is Bernie popular? He's very popular because he advocates those things. Yes, he's considered a socialist, and he says so. So what's the problem? If a better life for working class people is socialism, count me in. I'm socialist, even for some undocumented ones. All right.
Mateus, I appreciate the thoughts. Brian, thanks for the call. Got to take a break here at top of the hour. When we come back, going to talk a little bit about affordability, about housing, and get some more of your thoughts on the other side. It's the Democracy Stupid. I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath, who will be back on December 6th. Right back after this.
You're listening to Edwin Eisendrath's It's the Democracy, Stupid on WCPT 820.
I'm Rick Smith sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath. We'll be back on December 6th. This is It's the Democracy, Stupid. And the reality is if you want to have better jobs, if you want to make sure that those wages are high, again, I come back to my union contract. And as Mateus was talking about, the people who are doing these jobs, this union contract doesn't say male, female, white, black, gay, straight, immigrant, nothing. Nothing. It says the person doing this job, these are the wages, these are their hours, these are the conditions. And this is why I think if we're going to reunite this country, we got to reunionize this country. We've got to do the things that are going to move us in a direction that we make sure that the wages we earn are enough to support a family. The benefits we get are sufficient that if we get sick, we don't go broke. And if you want better affordable housing, and if you want better infrastructure, we increase wages. You want to defend democracy in America? Let's start by defending democracy in the workplace. To me, it's that simple. Now, I hear my business community friends who love to say, well, Rick, you're talking about unions, you're talking about good wages. That's going to raise the cost of everything. And in fact, you had a rich guy, this Barry Sternlicht of Starwood Capital. He's the CEO over there. He said that Mindami's idea to build more houses and make housing more affordable probably wasn't going to happen because unions make housing extremely expensive because paying someone a decent wage, that is going to destroy our ability to add housing stock. What's frustrating with this argument is we never hear this when they talk about the profits that corporations make. We never hear that about the massive redistribution of wealth that has happened in this country because of, let's go with tax policy to begin with. So for me, there are opportunities here. And I'm waiting for Paul Wendy, business manager over at Ironworkers Local 63, to come share some thoughts on that idea of how do we rebuild our country, our infrastructure? How do we add stock to our housing in a way that's going to benefit consumers, but also workers? This idea that one is mutually exclusive to the other is something I think we need to kind of deal with. So I'm hoping Paul will get here in a bit to share some thoughts on that, because I know their union is doing some really incredible stuff around healthcare, around job training. I guess Paul is on the line.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Hey, Paul Wendy, business manager of Ironworkers Local 63. Welcome to It's the Democracy, Stupid.
I love it. Sounds like a great title to me.
So I got to get your thoughts on this comment that was made by Starwood Capital CEO Barry Sternlicht. He said that unions cause extremely expensive housing, and it's things like this that make it that we can't invest in smart policies. I want to get your thoughts on, you guys in organized labor, you're ruining everything by making things so expensive.
That's surely what we do. That's right. Are you kidding me? The non-union puts their bids in just under what we do. All of our wages are all put online. There is no secrets of what union people make. The difference between the union and the non-union is in the union, the workers actually get a fair shake out of the deal. The non-union, they're just under the union bids, but it's the employer who takes all the money and who destroys the poor workers who don't get insurance, pensions, and they get a lower wage. But make no mistake, those buildings are going up for just under what the unions are, except they're not getting done on time, they're not getting done safely, and they're not getting done professionally. So now you got buildings that are taking longer to get in. So when these developers develop, where do they make money? On the rent. Well, if these buildings are taking longer and you're not getting people into these buildings, guess what? You're not getting your rent, and you're paying the nut on all your notes that you had to do to get this project going. So it's a big misnomer, and you can just take a look around. McDonald's making record profits. You can't pay someone a minimum wage, and you're fighting that? Come on. This stuff's ridiculous.
No, I'm right there with you. But, for me, there's always the tale of two bridges that I love to talk about. Because to your point, I look at the Tappan Zee that was replaced in New York, done with a project labor agreement with all union labor, done on time, under budget. And then I look at that Bay Bridge out in California, done with, non-union labor, in fact, some Chinese labor, Chinese steel, way over budget, not done on time. In fact, I don't think it's ever going to actually be complete. So for me, the proof is in the pudding there.
Oh, 100%. 100%. And like I said, make no mistake, all of our stuff by law is posted so that all these non-union contractors, they know exactly what we make. So it's no secret to them. So they're able to stay just under us, get the jobs, and just not pay the employees and take advantage of the working class as always.
I do want to get your thoughts on the immigration issue. We had a caller earlier who that was a central issue. And I know a lot of my building trades friends, they regurgitate this anti-immigrant kind of rhetoric that, it's destroying the industry. It's bringing down conditions. It's doing all of this stuff. And as a union guy, as I said a moment ago, I've got a union contract. The wages, the conditions, everything's in that book. We have more of this. I think we have less of the other things. I want to get your thoughts on those comments that, you've got all these immigrants coming in, undocumented folks, that this is destroying your industry.
No, what's destroying this industry is the people who are employing these people and taking advantage of them. That's what's destroying things. Why aren't they going in and taking those people? They're grabbing poor, innocent people who are just trying to make a living. And make no mistake, and as I remind my members who say things, it's a misdemeanor to be in this country undocumented. It's only a misdemeanor. To be grabbing people, breaking windows, dragging them out of churches and dragging them out of their schools and everything else is a ridiculous way and a ridiculous policy. And you can not like the undocumented workers, which is fine, but there's processes in place and laws in place that deal with that. And why aren't they going after these rich people who are employing all of these people? They're the ones who are causing these problems. It's these rich big farmers are employing hundreds and hundreds of immigrants to go pick their strawberries and all these other things. It's not me. It's not you who's doing it. It's all these big rich people who are doing it and taking advantage of the system. Yeah. And, make no mistake. Why is the economy tanking? Because you're killing the middle class. The middle class is what purchases everything and keeps this economy rolling. The more you hurt the middle class, the more you hurt everybody.
No, and that's one of those things that I don't think we hear quite often enough. And look, when I entered the workforce back in the mid '80s, union density in this country was right around 25%. Right now, we're in the private sector, in single digits, getting to be lower single digits. So that idea that you could work hard, play by the rules, and get ahead seems to be diminishing. And I think the message out of this is, maybe not punch down, maybe start punching upwards, going after the Bezoses and the Musks who have massively redistributed wealth from our pockets to theirs. Maybe that's a place to start first.
100%. It's on fat. Amazon employees, McDonald's employees, all these big corporations, those are the people that are on SNAP benefits. These people are working. They're not all bums like the rhetoric that you're getting out of one side. These are actually hardworking people who can't make a living working. That's insane. You can't feed your family on $20 an hour. There's just no way. How are you going to pay rent? How are you going to pay for a car? How are you going to do any of these things? The whole thing is the system is shot. Yeah, they need to start redistributing wealth and figuring out how to make these people pay their fair share, because it's beyond ridiculous. I know I got to pay my taxes. I'm sure you pay yours, Rick.
No, without question. And this is where taxing the rich is, should be a no-brainer. My grandparents' generation got it. But to your point, I was just reading a statistic that said that the average home buyer today needs to earn about $122,000 a year to afford the typical home and be in that 30% of costs to housing. And the average American, they say, earns about $84,000, which seems kind of high. But there's a big gap between what you need and what you're getting. So again, for me, it comes back down to how do we reward work in a way that, well, makes it that we can afford our lives. And it comes back again to what you do as business manager of the ironworkers, getting people better wages, hours, conditions.
Well, 100%. And you can do all those things and still bring in profits for the employer. You know, it's not, well, I see how the other half lives. I've seen the non-union. Those people work out of crappy buildings. Their employers are treated like crap. They don't have any kind of safety gear, any of that stuff. The union side, the employers all seem to be doing really well, even though we seem to make these ungodly wages that people say. But they're doing well. They make profits. They're not going out of business. Going up in Chicago, all union. None of them are falling down. They're all getting done on time, on budget. And there's a way to do these things. And it's not on the backs of the workers. We've been vilified for a long time, the unions, and we did a lot of it to ourselves. You know, I can't speak for my forefathers and how things went with all the mob ties and keeping it as a country club and keeping the minorities out and all the stuff that happened back in the day. You know, that stuff was real and it happened. And the unions shot themselves in the foot. They thought they had a good hold on things, and they let it slip by. And you alienated half the workforce when you don't take the minorities in. That's a sad mistake that was happening. We're all trying to rectify it now moving forward to make sure that we include everybody, because when you include everybody, you win.
You're listening to the Rick Smith Show here with Paul Wendy. He is the business manager at Ironworkers Local 63 there in Chicago. If you've got thoughts, questions, comments for Paul, give us a call, 773-763-9278. You're listening to It's the Democracy Stupid. I'm Rick Smith sitting in for Paul Eisendrath. He'll be back on December 6th. But here's the thing. I got good news in my world. My son was just accepted into the elevator constructors apprenticeship program, which, you know, is a fabulous thing for him. And I think for young men, young women, just starting a career, the building trade apprenticeship programs are top tier, top of the line. You get a good education. You don't go into a lifetime of debt. And you're going to have a career, a portable skill for the rest of your life. So for me, I keep questioning, you know, why is it we aren't talking enough about the work that you guys in organized labor, the apprenticeship programs, the opportunities that come out of that, like the one my son's going to take advantage of?
Well, by the way, your son is joining a fantastic union. Those elevator constructors probably have about 98% of the market. Those guys do a great job. There isn't much non-union in that sector. But, you know, as you know, Rick, for a long time that the schools wanted everybody to go to college. So they ignored the trades. They took all the shop classes out of all these high schools, and they were getting points to send people to college. Well, I was a smart kid, but I wasn't one for sitting in a classroom all day. You know, I took this route, and there's nothing wrong with this route. I'm able to look people in the eye, tell them what I do for a living with pride and dignity. I can support a family. I sent 2 kids to college. My son's in there right now playing hockey. Hopefully he's playing tonight. And if he doesn't enjoy what he's looking in his career, he can be an ironworker down the road, which is a wonderful thing. And there's plenty of those jobs out there, and there's plenty of opportunities. You know, why not go somewhere where you can get paid to learn? Isn't that a wonderful thing?
From my perspective, it most certainly is, because I'm fortunate now that the college money I saved for him will go to him to help him start his life. And I think, you know, look, the apprenticeship program that he's gotten into is a good one. I think he's going to have a very productive and good life because of it if he doesn't screw it up. But, you know, the reality is I think this is one of those moments where, as a society, we should be talking about the good things that unions do, as opposed to what you mentioned earlier, some of the bad history. I think right now, if in this country as we sit, if we're going to reunite this country, I think we got to reunionize and bring people back in between the curbs where they're talking to each other and have common goals, which is, you know, put food on the table, roof over the head, make life more affordable, ensure that we get the benefits that we need. If we get sick, we don't go broke. And I know you guys are doing a lot around health access and things, kind of throwback, as I understand, to the old days where, the mine workers and the steel workers used to have hospitals. You guys are doing some stuff in that world, right?
100%. We partnered up with 10 other locals here in Chicago. We built 8 wellness centers with they have a vision center in there. It's no copay, no deductible. And as my saying always goes, it's wonderful that people who barely got out of high school have doctors and nurses working for them, which is a wonderful thing. The membership take pride in it. It has the locals logos in the place and a bunch of pictures from different job sites and stuff like that. So it's really like home to these people. We have no waiting. It's a 4-minute wait at most. You're going in to see your doctor. Your doctor gets to spend 45 minutes with you. He's not looking at his laptop the whole time like you do with a regular doctor. It's old school the way that doctors like to do it. They get to spend time with their patients and talk about their mental health before they get into their physical health. And we have 55 generic drugs on hand. So if you got to walk out there with cholesterol medicine or something like that, you can walk out there with your medicine. You don't have to stop at the pharmacy. It's a bunch of, we got free eye care. It's got safety glasses with your prescription in it. That's all free to the members. It's been a wonderful experience, and working with these other crafts and getting these things done together, it's just going to do nothing but grow. I think we're going to be adding a 9th wellness center downtown, and it's just growing. And we got, I think, 50,000 belly buttons we represent those wellness centers now.
That is incredible. I mean, these are models that should be replicated across the country in places to ensure that workers can control their own health care. Because look, one of the main concerns for most working families that I know is, how are we going to continue to pay these high premiums? How are we going to navigate an illness? How are we going to pay these bills with co-pays and co-deductibles and co-insurance and all of this stuff that they slap us with? To hear that there are folks out there like you fighting to make this affordable is great news. How do we get this message to other areas to grow this? Maybe we don't need a national healthcare system as much as we need a union healthcare system.
I think so, and I think we spread the word pretty good. We have our friends out in California have built 19 wellness centers, and now they're talking about it in Ohio and a few other places. Everybody's coming in. We're spreading the word, and people are coming in to see what we've done to replicate the actual process we did, because we did it all scientifically. We placed these places. We did a heat map. We overlaid all the different locals, and wherever there is a giant pocket of people, we shove one right in the middle of. So we're able to get everybody in there, and you're willing to drive a couple more miles if you're not going to be waiting in a doctor's office for half an hour, right? You'll drive an extra 10 minutes if you're only going to be waiting 4 minutes to see your doctor. So, we're able to get people that way, and the word of mouth has been fantastic because the doctors are fantastic, and it's just kind of spreading, and it's driving the cost down. We are the biggest purchaser of American-made frames in the country. We're keeping mom-and-pop American-made frame companies for glasses in business because of us and because of our people purchasing these eye care.
Wow. Going back to a caller we had earlier, talking about, using our dollars. Jan called earlier, we're using our wallets to build an economy. This is what she's talking about. The idea that, you're going to build your own system. We're going to help prop up small businesses. This is the stuff, isn't it?
100%. And if you're going to take this country and make it right again, it's going to be on the back of labor. It's always been on the back of labor. And I think labor is coming to a point now. I think we're going to use this as a tipping point to try to gain some momentum. I think that the vilification of us has kind of ended. And I think that the word is traveling through the colleges and through schools. I can't tell you how many people with degrees are coming to interview to become apprentices. And I think, it's starting to get around, and it's going to be on labor. And labor has a voice, and that's why everybody's trying to shut labor down, is because who gives the working class the biggest voice? It's the unions. And that's why everybody's trying to shut it down, because we give working people a voice. And some people just don't want the working people to have a voice.
So let me ask you this, Paul, because, these last couple of months with this Trump administration, the attack on federal workers, front and center, but all workers, you look at the shutdown, the first thing he did is go after your members, shutting down projects across the country and pausing funding for stuff. Is that message getting through to your members? Are people waking up to the reality that maybe this administration isn't what they sold us?
Yeah, I think it's starting to hit home. And how do you get the message to people? You hit them in their pocketbooks, and now it's starting to hit them in their pocketbooks. None of the prices have gone down. Everything has gone up. It's going to take us 10 years to catch our wages back up to the way everything rose in prices over the last couple of years. Everything's doubled and tripled, but our wages haven't. So now you really feel for the poor people that are making $15 to $20 an hour. There's no way you can do anything. I moved out of my house when I was 18, back in 1986. There's no way my kids could afford to move out of their own. It's an impossibility. It just shows you, in a 40-year span where we've gone in this country. Everybody used to be able to get a home. You can't get a home now. They've driven the prices up. They've kept wages down, and they got us where they want us. We're right back to 1890. Instead of the Rockefellers and Carnegie, it's now Bezos and Musk. Congratulations, 100%. Everybody! You kept your blinders on, and you put us right back 110 years.
Well, like they say, history repeats itself every 100 years or so, and that's unfortunately where we are. So, but here's the question now: we know where we are. What lessons from the past do we take to move forward to where we don't have to go through all of the pain and the suffering of past generations, but still end up in a place where we got. Look, my grandparents' generation built the largest, most prosperous working class in the history of humanity. Working people could actually work an 8-hour day, could support a family on one income, buy the house, take vacations, keep up with the Joneses, and still retire with dignity in their homes. All of that seems like a fantasy at this point, at least for my children.
Oh, for sure. It's going to take us, like I said, it's going to take us decades to catch our wages back up. There's no way you can bring them up that quick, just on how fast everything moved. And they blame the supply chain. Well, that stuff's over. Nothing came down in price. So it's deliberate what they're doing. And there is no government in place because they're not looking out for us people to stop this nonsense from going on. And I blame both sides for that. Yeah. We're so far right now and we're so far left. We left that 90% of us in the middle are out in the lurch now because everybody's catering to so far left and so far right. Where's the people speaking for all of us in the middle? There's some things the Republicans do that I like. There's also things Democrats do that I like. I'm in the middle. I like to do both things, but I vote my pocketbook because I'm not stupid. I know if you're going to help somebody, I'd rather help the poor than help the rich. So if you're going to take my tax dollars, I'd rather go to the poor people than to the rich people. And that's kind of how I philosophize my stuff.
I'm with you. I'd rather reach a hand down and punch my way up than the other way around. You're listening to It's the Democracy Stupid. I'm Rick Smith sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath. Again, he'll be back on December 6th in his usual spot. I'm going to take a quick break here. Paul, can you stick around through the break? Maybe take some calls on the other side? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back with Paul Wendy, business manager of Ironworkers Local 63. The number, 773-763-9278. That's 773-763-9278. Right back here on It's the Democracy Stupid.
Welcome back to Edwin Eisendrath's It's the Democracy Stupid on WCPT 820.
I'm Rick Smith sitting in for Edwin. He'll be back on December 6th. This is It's the Democracy Stupid. Make sure you check out my program every weeknight here on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk, each weeknight at 7 p.m. If you've got thoughts, questions, comments, something on your mind, something you like that I say, something really makes you angry, I most certainly want to hear Rick at thericksmithshow.com. You can email me, angry hate mail to the top as always. We're here with Paul Wendy, business manager at Ironworkers Local 63, talking about affordability, talking about the incredible stuff that his union and the building trades are doing around wages, health care, opportunities, apprenticeship programs. So if you got a question for Paul, I want to hear it. 773-763-9278. Let's go to Paul in Seattle and see what's on Paul's mind. Paul, how are you today? Nope. So let's go back. What's that?
I can hear you now.
Okay. How are you, Paul?
Okay.
You got something on your mind?
Yeah. Okay. So for the previous caller that thinks immigrants are the problem in our economy, I would just say, and the Democrats are to blame for that, I would just remind people that Republicans just passed a big, ugly bill with the United Front on very slim majorities, not a syllable in that bill about immigration or border security. Even though that's their big issue, they didn't pass a damn thing about it, nor did they when they had both houses of Congress in the first Trump term, the first 2 years. Nothing on immigration. They want to make a big issue out of it, but they don't want to pass anything, and they prevented the Democrats under Biden, they prevented Biden from signing a border security bill. They're different issues. Border security and immigration are different things. They prevented that because Trump didn't want it, because that's all they want to do is complain about it and blame Democrats for it. We haven't had an immigration bill since 1986. But if you look at what's happened here, wages in the Reagan era, the federal minimum wage was stuck at $3.35 an hour for the whole Reagan-Bush era. It has now been, that was 10 years, it was stuck at $5.15 for another 10 years. And since 2007, the federal minimum wage has been $7.25 since 2007, 18 years. Okay, so Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill decided that we baby boomers had to pay our own freight on Social Security, and hiked our FICA taxes by 55% from 4.4% to 6.2%. And you'd think that would be enough, except the stagnation in wages created only a $3 trillion surplus in the Social Security Trust Fund, which is apparently not enough. Because why? Because economic policy in this country is now dictated by about a dozen, maybe 15, maybe 20 billionaires who have a combined income which is as big as the federal budget. It's like $6 trillion. And that's why we live in a subscription economy. When we buy things, we don't own them. Everything we buy is a subscription. And so you want to blame somebody. Blame the damn billionaires. The billionaires are the ones who can't get enough and don't want to share any. That's my rant.
There you go. I appreciate the call, Paul. Thanks so much. Paul Wendy, I want to get you back in here and get some thoughts on that. This massive redistribution of wealth from, as Paul's pointed out, from Seattle, that the wages that we used to earn are nowhere near the level that we used to earn, not keeping up with all of the things that we need. To me, that comes down to the fact that since the Reagan era, the attack on folks like you has been front and center, and every Republican and a lot of Democrats have gone on board with that.
Oh, 100%. And we touched on it a little earlier, Rick, when you and I were talking. It's the redistribution of wealth, and instead of Carnegie and Rockefeller, it's Bezos and Musk, and they're all lining their pockets. You ask me how can a congressman who makes $190,000 a year be worth $30 million? These guys are all raping this system, every single last one of them, both sides. And they're destroying our country for their own personal greed. And it's both sides. None of them are innocent. You take a look at all their personal wealth, all these guys, all the insider trading. They make 500 to 600 trades a year, these people. Wow, they're Congress people. Come on. It's the whole thing is a sham. And for anybody who thought that the billionaire Donald Trump was going to look out for the working people, that guy has put more companies in construction out of business. And the only reason the companies in Chicago did is the mayor of Chicago, Daley, at the time, made him sign a PLA for Trump Tower. And that's why it was 100% union and everybody got paid from that Trump Tower. Every other business Trump did, he took out the working people. He took out construction companies for his own person. He'd sue them, tie them up in court, and take all their money. And that's what the rich do. And once again, now they're pitting the working class against the poor because the working class don't have enough money to feed themselves. And now rich are going, oh, it's because you're giving all this money to immigrants. That's not where your money's going. Yeah, maybe a few are beating the system, but that's not how it's really working. There are more Americans, especially in the red states, who are on federal aid. And they're good people, but they're on federal aid too. It's not just the blue states, but the blue states are the ones paying for everything.
So given this divide we're seeing now, I mean, I just saw that New Jersey's talking about not sending federal taxes into D.C. There's this kind of economic divide that appears to be that where we're heading towards. Is this the answer, or do you think that there's another path? Because I'm with you. I see ill on both sides, but at the end of the day, I know that Republicans have, at least none that I've seen, have really stood for the interests of working people in what I see, and Democrats are sometimes there. There really isn't that champion that I've been hoping and praying for. So that's kind of where I'm at.
No, and we're in the same place. And I'm going to tell you that what New Jersey's doing is what I brought up to the politicians around here. Is like, if you're going to cut our funding, and we're the ones who fund everything, why should we fund it? No taxation without representation, right? You guys are taking money from us middle-class people, and you're not really taking care of us. You're trying to slash our health care. You're slashing food benefits. When does it end? And when does America just say, enough's enough, we've had enough of this crap, and hold these politicians accountable for what they promised? I think some of them go in there with the right idea, but once they get inside that machine, they just start churning with the rest of them and forget their ideals and start making money, and the rest of us be damned.
Yeah, no, the lobbying is very strong. But I'm sure you saw that this past week was accountability or affordability week. Did you see anything from the White House, from the administration, that gives you any hope that there's some possibility of policy that's going to make life a little bit more affordable? The big policy that I saw, and maybe you saw it as well, was the idea of a 50-year mortgage. I'm curious, considering that the average first-time home buyer is 40 years old, a 50-year mortgage, I think that puts you into debt.
100%. That's like bad credit card debt. You're going to pay 5 times the amount for that house than it's worth. And that is a path to keep people stuck where they are. It's not a path out of the lower-end incomes. It's a trap. Just like bad credit card debt, it's a trap. And you're going to get stuck in something like that. You'll never get out of it. You'll never get what the house is worth when you sell it. It's just the whole system. It's just a Band-Aid. I got an idea. How about paying people a freaking fair wage and benefits? There is so much wealth in this country. There is no reason for this to be going on like this.
Yep.
They're just not.
How come we don't hear that?
The burger doesn't need to go up in price.
See, to me, that's the simple response. Cost of living is too high. Wages need to go up. Workers need to be able to afford their lives with the work that they do. I'm going to take another call here. Got Alan in Lake Forest. Alan, what's on your mind? You got a question for Paul?
I've got two. I've got 3 statements. 2 Republicans. One, Eisenhower had a 91% tax rate. 2, Reagan instituted the immigration policy problem because you used to have to be registered with an employer to get work here, and he just ignored the law. The law is still there. It's just not being enforced. And 3, the big problem, not a problem. Unions are just trying to get their fair share. And
I think what he's saying, unions are just trying to get their fair share of the wealth that their labor creates, and I'm right there with him. But he's right. Look, during the Eisenhower era, we did have a top marginal tax rate of 92%. That was, coming out of World War II. Kennedy dropped it down to 70. Reagan took it all the way down to 28% and ballooned our debt and created the largest wealth class in the history of humanity. So, Paul, would you consider that a mission accomplished moment? Because we did. We should be proud of the fact that we've got more billionaires than anyone.
Yeah, congratulations to those few people that get to enjoy that. The rest of us got to suck it up, huh? The ones who actually did all the work. How about that? Yeah, you had an idea and you created a business, and you should be compensated for that. But how about all the people who did all of the work to make your dream happen? You just throw them by the wayside and don't reward them for their loyalty, their hard work, coming in every day, killing themselves so you can make record profits and you can't give a little bit back. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing as a country.
It is absolutely embarrassing. Got to take a quick break. Did I already take a break? I think I did. No, I'm sorry. I was looking at something and it just popped into my head here. Let's go to Brian in Albuquerque. Brian's got a question. Brian, what's on your mind?
I'm calling back. I'm retired IBEW, and whenever I'm in a social setting and I encounter people that are anti-union and real pro-business and whatnot, I always ask them who their favorite sports team is. Like if it's NFL season, what team they like, who's their favorite player, and then I'll make the point. They're in a union, right? And that kind of blows their mind. They never stop and think about that. And I always point that out to people, like baseball. Everybody, look how much money they're making. Well, yeah, it's because they have a union. Back in the olden days when baseball players didn't have a union, you were owned by the owner of the team, and they dictated your whole career. And that's the big problem is the average American really is very ignorant of history in general, but specifically extremely ignorant of labor history. And they think everything was just the way it was forever, and that's not the case. And like businesses, they'll co-brand an item, like they'll put like Formula One, like they'll have the fancy Formula One car with the Red Bull label. It's like I think organized labor needs to lean on the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, those unions to say, hey, look how good unions are for these people that everybody knows and loves and spends millions of dollars, to watch their games. But then the average guy putting up steel or pulling wire or pouring concrete, why doesn't he deserve a living? I just think that that's a big opportunity that isn't capitalized on. So that's what I wanted to say.
I appreciate it. I think he's right. Paul, what do you think?
I think it's wonderful. If I could come up with $30 million to get an ad in the Super Bowl, I would love to. But that's kind of out of my budget.
There you go.
But
maybe they negotiate that in the next collective bargaining agreement. Get Paul $30 million.
I'm sure my contractors would love it. But he does have a good point. And and if there's a way that we can get it done, that would be fantastic. But that kind of union's a little different than all the rest of our unions, where we negotiate where everybody makes the same wages and benefits. Theirs is kind of a little bit, it's top end heavy, where the few at the top are all making $40 million a year, when the average guy on the team is only getting a minimum wage for baseball. So it's a little bit of a different kind of a union than the ones we're used to dealing with.
But it's still getting a share of the value of your wealth, of the wealth that your labor is creating. And it's something that working people in this country, I don't know that we're there yet. And I think doing anything we can do to promote that is a good idea. I got a couple of emails from folks who are asking about the apprenticeship program. A couple of people congratulating my son on his being accepted to the Elevator Constructors Union's apprenticeship program, and look, thrilled for him. But the questions center around how. It's nice to say, hey, go join an apprenticeship program. But in Chicago, Paul, if someone wanted to become an iron worker, wanted to build some of those skyscrapers in your neck of the wood, what do you tell kids? What's the path? How do you get them there?
Oh, it starts simple with us. You go to our website, you click on the link, and we affiliated ourselves with a bunch of community colleges to take the entrance exam. What we're looking for is, you got to have some basic math and some fundamental problem-solving skills. What we do is high-end, a lot of math. When you're doing stuff like Cloudgate the Beam, which Ironworkers Local 63 did, and the artist got all the credit, but we did all the work.
I don't know who welded that.
Us.
I don't know who did the welds on that, but it's amazing.
That was Ironworkers Local 63 did all the work on that.
I don't understand the point of it, but I think it's amazing.
Yeah, our guys made a lot of money on that project. That's for sure. They enjoyed it, But, so if you click on the link on our website, it tells you all the directions, and every union has something like that. And I actually just started building an app that I'm getting ready to launch with, it's called High School to Hard Hats. So once I get that going and get out of its infancy stages, we're going to be launching that and giving it to high schools so that their kids have access to all the unions and find out how to get into their apprenticeships and find out more about them and have access, which they weren't getting before. And, we're trying to do it on their phones, which every single one of these kids has in their hand all the time anyway.
That is awesome. I look forward to seeing that. Paul, I appreciate you taking some time, sharing some thoughts on the labor front. I hope to talk to you again real soon. Keep up the great work, and I got to tell you, I love the stuff that you're doing there. I hope all across the country spreads like wildfire.
I appreciate it, Rick. Thank you for having me on, and America works best when they say union yes, right?
Yeah, amen. Right there with you. Thanks so much, Paul Wendy, business manager there at Ironworkers Local 63. Want to hear your thoughts? 773-763-9278, the call-in number if you've got something on your mind. Let's go to Chris in Wheaton. What's on your mind, Chris?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I always hear, I listen to all the Democrat-sided programs, and I always hear that phrase, tax the rich. What's really bothering me is with the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed, they increased the minimum tax rate on corporations, which was fine with me. But why didn't they increase the taxes on the rich when they had the chance?
Good question.
It's like
I wasn't part of the negotiation.
I know that's been a Democratic talking point forever because I'm pretty old myself. But the fact is, I think Democrats have just as many millionaires and billionaires as the Republicans have. So to make a Republican issue, I think it's just a lot of gaslighting.
I think it's a political issue, absolutely. But I do believe that there are Democrats who would pass it. I don't think there are Republicans who would.
Well, you didn't need Republicans to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. They had every chance to do it. Just a bunch. And then this guy Paul saying that all the costs are going up. Well, that's my pup. You know what? Here, gas is down, and what does Pritzker do? He doubles the damn state taxes, so he can send $1 billion to the illegal immigrants. And all you guys are saying costs are coming down. I've been a Democrat
in my neck of the woods. In my neck of the woods,
you guys are just gaslighting all the time. Why don't you tell the truth?
It's not gaslighting. Look, the numbers are what they are.
Yeah, they are what they are. But when Pritzker doubles the state tax on gasoline, you tell me costs weren't coming down. He just gobbles it up.
I don't know what Pritzker did, so I'm not gonna jump in the middle of that.
Not, really? We have some of the highest gas taxes in the nation. Every time
I'm in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has some of the highest ones as well. No, I appreciate the call, Chris. I take what you're saying, and I got you. I appreciate it. This is my problem with this whole discussion. Look, I'm in favor of going back to a good Republican tax plan. Dig me up some Dwight Eisenhower. We had a much more compact economy, people living similar lives during a period where you had a much higher tax rate. It's that simple. And we funded education. We funded healthcare. You funded infrastructure. We weren't massively in debt. What we have done in this country, and look, get away from the labels, the red, the blue, the green. I don't care about that. What we have done is we have created the largest billionaire class in the history of humanity. We've got, 916 billionaires, while we've got children that go to bed hungry. And, but that's a talking point. No, these are people I actually know. And this is where my frustration is. It's for me, this isn't about winning an argument. This is about policy that's going to make our lives better. Why didn't Democrats, put a 40% tax on the wealthy? Don't know. Don't know if it was politically possible to pass. And why is that? Because maybe there are a couple of centrist Democrats that weren't coming along. Politics is the art of the possible. If I had a magic wand, would I go back to the Eisenhower years? Without question. Would I undo Taft-Hartley? Absolutely. But here again, we as working people have to decide what it is that we want and to stop being divided by, well, as the railroad magnate Jay Gould is famously quoted saying, I could pay half the working class to murder the other half. And we do this quite often to ourselves. They're not even paying anymore. And that's the frustrating part. I do believe where we are in this moment, that there's opportunity. I think there's an opportunity for working people to find each other. And we've got to put down some of the daggers. And this is where I kind of agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has kind of seen the light a little bit. Maybe it's based on her, the fact that she's not going anywhere politically, that Trump wasn't going to give her what she wanted, and that's why she had this epiphany. I don't know. But in this moment, she's kind of the canary in the coal mine. Healthcare costs aren't coming down. Republicans don't have a plan. You may not like what the Democrats did, but at least they tried. There are things that I would have done differently, but you got something that we were supposed to build on, something that was supposed to, like Medicare. At the beginning, Medicare was not very helpful, but over the years, they made it better. Republicans have successfully stopped any progress on the ACA. And that's by design. So yeah, do I think Republicans have been horrible for this country? Yes. I think they've done to the working class some really terrible things. Are Democrats the savior? No. But in this moment, the only option, the savior, if there is one, is that person looking you back in the mirror. How do we pursue policy? How do we pursue things that are going to make our lives better? I believe in government, in that government is that thing that we use collectively to do the things that we can't do individually. I can't go out and build a road. I can't defend the country. I can't educate the populace. I can't ensure a national health system to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to get care when they need it. Can't do that individually. Maybe, one of our soon-to-be trillionaires could, but they won't. I mean, think about this for a second. We have given a handful of people so much wealth that they could individually end childhood poverty. They could individually end homelessness for veterans. They could go down the list of things that we would want to do. They could, if they wanted to. So when I hear Elon Musk say, don't worry about all those job losses, we'll have universal high income. We can't get basic income now. How are you getting a high income out of this group? Not going to happen. So for me, again, I come back to, if we want to reunite this country, we reunionize this country. We defend democracy. This is a program called It's the Democracy Stupid. Yep. And that democracy should extend into the workplace. Pretty simple. I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath here on It's the Democracy Stupid. He'll be back on the 6th of December. Taking a little break, as everyone needs. Hope he's enjoying his vacation. I want to hear your thoughts. 773-763-9278. Is taxing the rich the way to go? Do you think a redistributive policy to make sure that education or healthcare or housing or any of those things are more affordable? I go back and I look at the lessons my grandparents' generation taught me. That if you make sound investments, housing, for instance, we used public-private partnerships to build housing for GIs coming back from World War II. My grandparents bought the home that they eventually died in. Was built like a little Levitt town. Government money, government-backed loans were given to a private contractor who went out and built tons of homes. made a small amount of profit, but they were good, solid, well-built, well-regulated homes that they spend they raised their family. They lived their golden years in. It was affordable. It was, well, they bought the home in the mid-'60s. And by the mid-'70s, their mortgage was a day's pay. Imagine that kind of a scenario today, where you had an economy that was growing at that pace. You go, but Rick, we had that inflation. Yeah, you had that inflation in the 70s, but what also came with that inflation of the 70s was my grandfather's union contract that had a cost of living adjustment for inflation. So their wages didn't get eroded away. The reason that we've been just decimated by the inflation that's hit us over the last couple of years is wages haven't kept up. If your wages continue to keep up with inflation, your standard of living doesn't fall, it isn't as bad. But here we are in a moment where housing prices are through the roof and we're not adding new stock. And the reason that we're given is, well, it's the regulations. We need to cut wages, cut regulations. Then you could build houses. Instead of going, well, maybe we could do a couple of things that don't harm the working class. Maybe we do some stuff that's going to help us, I don't know, make working people's lives better. And this is where I make my divide. So if you're going to call and say, hey, you defend the Democrats, not all of them. There's some corporate Democrats I'm not fond of. This past week on the show, I went after Larry Summers pretty heavily. Since Larry Summers' name got brought up in the Epstein files, I think that's probably the least of my concerns with Larry Summers. His neoliberal policies that brought us horrible trade, horrible banking, horrible fiscal policy, that I have a real problem with. The other stuff, I got a problem with as a parent, as the father of two daughters. We'd have words. But on the economic front, the damage that they've done, so there is some agreement there. 773-763-9278, the number if you've got thoughts, questions, comments. How do we create a system where workers, like our grandparents, have the ability to work hard, play by the rules, get ahead? To buy that little house with the white picket fence, have a car in the driveway, take a vacation, have the kids go off to college and have opportunity. How do we build that economy? Because what good is having an economy that creates wealth for a handful when the rest of everyone else is, I don't know if you noticed, everybody's ticked off. And most of it's pointed at the economy. It's pointing fingers. I want to hear a suggestion. What would you do if you had that magic wand? What idea could solve some of our economic problems? I've said what I think. I think unions are a good start, making the work that we do pay decent wages with good retirement and health security. I'm the bedrock of what built my grandparents' era. Is there something else? I had someone tell me that we should all invest in crypto, which I'm like, you go ahead and do that. Good luck. Let me know how it works out for you. But for the rest of us who aren't going to gamble with the future, what can we do? 773-763-9278 is that number. I'm Rick Smith. It's the Democracy Stupid. Make sure you check out other programs here on WCPT. My program every weeknight, 7 p.m., Monday through Friday. Also, make sure you check out the Sunday evening or Sunday morning from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central. Scott Duff and Ellen Miller invite you to spend Sunday brunch with your gay best friends. Each week on Out Chicago, they tackle today's headlines from a queer perspective and focus on the accomplishments of the vibrant LGBTQ community in Chicago and across the globe. Out Chicago is Chicago's only live broadcast for the LGBT community. Let's get a call in real quick. We got Greg in Lake in the Hills. Greg, thanks for taking time for us. What's on your mind?
Hey, Rick. Yeah.
Thanks for taking my call. And, I just want to let you know I do listen, during the week. I hear you at 7 o'clock or so at night after Patty Vasquez's show when I'm out going to pick up dinner or the groceries. But I do like your interviews very much. And I like your guests and the way that, the information that those interviews provide. They're really good.
Thank you.
The reason I'm calling right now is, I remember, about maybe, a couple months ago, they were talking about how there was a grab for all this data and from all these tech billionaires, including Elon Musk and, the guy from PayPal and all that. Okay, I'm thinking sometimes that maybe these methods, with Doge and all that, the problem with them was that they went in there and everything was like they're just stealing from us. But I think sometimes, or I wonder sometimes, if the reason why these guys do it is they just feel they don't have any time, and what they really want to do, other than steal our data, they want to build this huge system of data that could allow everything to work together. For example, Social Security, Medicare, your individual doctor records and all that, even though there's HIPAA involved. I think that they see a possibility for putting these things together in a beneficial way that would really help us, but at the same time, because they're in charge, they're basically just reaping all the benefits. And it's just like the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies. I just wish there was some way that these people who hate government or whatever, they could say, hey, why don't we form a cooperative with government, and you let us come in here. We have the high tech capabilities, and let us work with government instead of coming in here and just cutting everybody out of the picture. That didn't do anybody any good. These are just some ideas I had. It could have been different, but I think they came in and just tried to steal everything.
No, and I want to. Can you stick around through the break? I missed my top of the hour break.
Yeah, no problem. No problem at all.
I do want to talk about this for a second. Give me a minute. We'll be right back after this break. It's the Democracy Stupid. I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath, who will be back on December 6th. Right back after this.
Welcome back to Edwin Eisendrath's It's the Democracy Stupid on WCPT 820.
I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin, who will be back on December 6th. It's the Democracy Stupid. I'm glad Greg stuck around during the break. Greg, thanks for sticking around. I want to go back to this thought of yours that Musk and company went in with the idea that, hey, maybe we can make it better for everyone. I would love to believe that, but what we saw was, I don't think it was really that. I don't think that's what we saw. I would love to believe that was the intention, but that's not how it played out, I don't think. What gives you the sense that you think that this was the goal?
Well, it's like during my years of working, I have 45 years or something like that worth of working, and a portion of my life I worked on things that required a lot of intensive work, and the thing is they took time, and then as time went by, because of these things being involved with software and so forth, new things overtook them. And they made the product that I had spent a lot of sweat, tears to develop. They made it irrelevant because someone came up using more modern software. And this isn't sour grapes. I'm just telling you, this is kind of what happened. So I'm seeing someone like Musk and Doge. I hated what they did and how they did it. I'm not saying I agreed, not at all, with anything that he did. But wouldn't it be nice if the purpose behind this was basically so that they could step in and take what the government has, which is really clunky, at least a perception from the outside world, that it's clunky, it's inefficient, and all these things. And if he could come in there with the advantage of high tech and the people he has at his disposal, come in and say, hey, let us take this system and make a proposal for you. He could have done that, but I see there's so much competition with all this stuff with AI and building these data centers, grabbing the land for them, setting up contracts for electricity and cooling and all that. And I think these guys just all go out there and say, I can't let them be first because articles I read, and I think one guy was the guy who was the head of Oracle. He's in this too, and he's got his own AI system. There's many of these guys. There's not just 2 or 3. There's several of these people that are all competing for the same prize, which is AI, and having their system like Betamax and VHS, the old tired comparison. They want theirs to be the VHS model. And they want theirs to be what everybody goes to, and. Anyway, I would hope that there would have been a way that the government could have said, our systems are outdated, they are outmoded. Technology has bypassed us. We're trying to do our best, but the people that we've hired and everything like that, we don't have the budgets that our taxpayers are willing to pay for. So let's do this. Let's put this out as a federal contract and let you guys come in here and give proposals. And we'll take the top 5 proposals and give you grants to work on these things, and we'll give you a 3-year window to work on them, and you'll have to have updates. You'll have to give us updates quarterly to know that the progress is good.
So are you comfortable with, let me ask you from a different angle. Are you comfortable with someone like Elon Musk having all the information that our government has on us? Because there's always been some firewalls between what corporate America can get their hands on. Are you comfortable with that kind of information dump being in the hands of a few?
No, and that's where the whole purpose of this thing, if it was properly organized, the same level of compartmentalized data would have to be restored. To do what they did, that's unconscionable, and they should go to prison for that. If we ever get a Justice Department which will go after these people, that's criminal. What him and his folks did. I'm only talking about from the standpoint of people who have the technical prowess to come in there and say, hey, we have a governmental system we all want to see successful. We want to do better. We want our costs to lower. We want our pharmaceutical. We want all this stuff to work together. And, ideally, it'd be a single payer, but, because people can't afford insurance unless the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical companies are going to get in line and say, hey, we want to work and create a better government for all of us. So don't leave us out. We won't gouge. We will play by the rules. I don't think that'll ever happen. But anyway, I'm living in a utopian head today, and
Look, I love the way you're thinking, but again, it's a utopian thought that I'm going to chew around a little bit.
Yeah,
but I
Musk
appreciate
is not
the thoughts.
guy. I don't trust Elon Musk at all, only because he's shown his cards. But many of us trusted him fully up until before Doge. I think people really trusted him a lot. And then things started coming out, of course, with Doge, and then all these other things came out about his character and all that. And now it's out of the bag, So anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks,
I appreciate the time and the conversation.
Yeah, anytime. Here's my problem is I never trusted Elon Musk and it's not about Elon Musk. It's about giving any one person the kind of power that he has. I was just reading a story over at The Verge that says, Elon's AI model, this Grok or whatever it is, Grok AI, is effusive with praise for him. Evidently, he's great at everything. It's kind of the Kim Jong-il thing. He played golf first time in his life, 18 hole-in-ones. He went bowling for the first time in his life, bowled a perfect 300 game. It's that kind of stuff that I fear when you give one person the kind of outweighed power that we've given to him and the wealth that he's accumulated. And now that we've handed off all of this information, just so we're on the same page, I fear government, but I fear corporations much, much more. Because at least government has to, every 2, 4, or 6 years, stand before me and say, hey, this is kind of what we did. Now, whether we hold them accountable or not, that's a whole other thing. But corporate America, man, no. Let's go to Steve on the Gold Coast. Steve, what's on your mind? I got you there, Steve?
Steve, Okay, there you are now. I heard the beep. So,
hey, Steve,
yes, I wanted to make a couple of points. Fine, thank you. And I think you made some interesting points because it is absolutely true that it's not the case of, say, 1984 in terms of, what we were raised on, that somehow we were going to be coercively buying into this system. Instead, it's that, you sign this elongated agreement be it with Google or Apple or you name it, and, you agree to give away all of your privacy and your information and everything else. And that's what has made these people tremendously wealthy. It doesn't cost anything to join Facebook or to have a YouTube account. And there's the old saying, when there's nothing that's being sold to you as a customer, you are a product that's being sold. And that's exactly what's going on. So we're giving them this sort of thing. It's not like, there was some edict that came down from on high that said we're going to be living in some state where, everyone knows exactly what goes on in your life. No, we're surrendering that voluntarily. And unfortunately, I think that we as Democrats, as much as we want to critique MAGA and Donald Trump, and I think there's a lot there to critique, we need to ask ourselves, how in heaven's name do you lose an election to a group of people like that without some real introspection with regard to what went wrong on our side? And I think we picked a number of bad hills to die on that did not represent anything other than a small contingent within our party. And I think it was just a bad idea on a number of points. And I could go through them if you'd like. But, again, this is the kind of reflection we need to do about where we go from here. We need people who are independent voters. We need people who are moderate Republicans. There are people who we will never get to, who will die 30 years from now believing that Donald Trump was the greatest president ever. But there are other people who we now know, given these recent cycle of elections and where we stand with the polling, who are thoroughly disillusioned with this administration, who are having huge buyer's remorse. They thought that Donald Trump was going to be akin to what he was in the first administration, and, a lot of bluster, but no actual policy. Donald Trump would like to say a lot of things, but, it's not going to be that bad. Well, it turns out it is that bad. Because this time around, there's nobody to hold him back. There's no common sense, sane Republicans in the administration. Because we all know now in the first administration, there were people who would say, look, whatever he said, don't go anywhere with it. He'll forget about it in a few hours or run it past me. There are no roadblocks anymore. There are just people, there who think like he does. And if you dare to question, well, I mean, good luck to you trying to stay in power along with him, because you will quickly be out of power. And then where are you? And Marjorie Taylor Greene has discovered this.
No, absolutely. No, I'm right there with you. And also understand the machine, the right-wing think tank machine and all of that got behind this term where they hadn't in the first term. So every wet dream fantasy that was dreamt up in the ivory towers of right-wing think tank world is now on the table and plausible. This is their Super Bowl. Every bad idea they've come up with is now on the table. And we're the ones who are going to end up, footing the bill, feeling the pain, however you want to frame that. But I appreciate your thoughts, Steve.
And if I can, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. And I think that, part of what happens throughout history is that sometimes you have to go through this kind of traumatic experience to see real progress, to see as say on the progressive front. And there's a reason why we passed the Affordable Care Act post the 2008 financial collapse, when Americans really felt like they needed that security and government to step in. So it is possible that, this will be the dark side that ushers in, a much brighter America. But, we have to live through this.
No, it's what I said on election night and inauguration day and almost every day since. The solutions to our suffering are going to come out of the savagery of their policy. And this is what we're seeing. Good talking to you, Steve. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Let's go to Nancy on line 2. Nancy, how are you today?
I'm pretty good. How are you, Rick?
I'm great. What's on your mind?
Oh, what's on my mind is I never hear this from anybody else. And I can't be that wrong. Nobody's paying attention to history. We are not going to ever get out of this. Democrats will continue to lose, although finally now they've actually, grown a pair. But from the very beginning, we did not have democracy. We had undemocratic two-party system. Well, when there was only rich white men voting, that probably worked pretty well. But they have not, in 240 years, have not made any major changes. We sit there. I have no representation. You know, I've had 3 representatives who actually made me feel like I was being represented. In my 50-year history of voting, I'm old, have been around for a long time. They continue to follow the same rules, laws, whatever you want to call it, and then expect different results. What is that called? We all know what it's called. And, you know, when we don't have, there's no way that this 34-time felon should have been in our White House the first time around, let alone twice. And this is all because we do not have democracy. When you only have 2 choices, you know, and that's what it ends up being. It ends up being boys in the playground fighting each other for superiority.
So your argument is our choice is bad or worse?
Well, how about we can't even get ranked choice voting? If we had more choices, the Democratic Party is not a united one party. That is a perfect example of what's happening. They won't allow other parties in. You know, they won't expand. We've been evolving. Our government has not. They continue with they told me 50 years ago when I was first voting, oh, we got to get rid of the filibuster. Where are we at 50 years later? We got to do something about gerrymandering. Where are we at 50 years later? It just, and then everybody thinks their vote is counting. They turn around and they screw everything up, and then they turn around and blame the voters. We can't even I didn't hear one word of voter suppression this last election or any of the elections. And it's been proven, and I learned my stuff from the talking heads and the comedians because my politicians aren't representing me and aren't telling me anything. And when Tom Hartman tells me that the votes that were suppressed that Greg Palast has been working on forever and nobody talks about, if they would have been counted like they should have been, Kamala Harris would have won. So there you go. And it's happened before. What about in 2000 when the not-so-Supreme Court chose our president instead of us electing our president? You know,
and this is why. Look, you know, at the end of the day, you know, this is, Nancy, why we as working people need to get our heads on the right path and vote in overwhelming numbers so that this stuff doesn't happen. This is a divided working. For me, Nancy, this is about a working class that's divided, and we got to figure out how we come back together. I appreciate the thoughts. I share your frustrations. I appreciate the call. I got to move along to Roger on line 3. Roger, how are you?
Oh, doing okay today. How are you doing?
I'm good. What's on your mind?
Well, I just look at myself as a taxpayer, and so I pay my taxes, and for those I get government services. And the government services, as a whole, are a very large, a substantial part of gross domestic product. And the way those government services, the taxes I pay for government services, are determined, how they're going to be spent is determined by just these 2 organizations, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. And I think that, that's kind of like a duopoly going on there.
Do you see the possibility of a third party, and do you see it's possible to have 34% of the population electing a leader that everyone would follow?
Well, I think at this point, we could at least start chipping away at it with, try to get other more rational people elected in MAGA districts. And, it'd be nice to wake up next year on November 4th and have, 40 or 50 people that have no association with either one of the parties as members of the U.S. House, or going to be members of the U.S. House.
I'm with you. I'd like to see it. I just don't think it's going to happen, given how our political system is set up. I think we would have to have some pretty radical changes. But I'm not against the idea. I appreciate the call, Roger. Thanks so much. Let's go to Dave.
All right.
Let's go to Dave on line 3. Dave, how are you today?
Hey, Rick. Talking a little bit about that Ukrainian peace deal that Trump is trying to piece together. Well, has a familiar ring to it. Back on November 30th of 1939, coming up on an anniversary 86 years ago, the Soviet Union invaded Finland. And this was just a few months after the main outbreak of World War II. And the world expected, and the Soviets too, that they would have swift victory. But what followed was an inspiring demonstration of fierce national will and determination. And there's a Finnish word, is elsisu. The unique Finnish concept describing grim determination, bravery, and resilience in the face of overwhelming odds, much like there is in Ukraine today with the Ukrainians. However, Finland was forced to cede territory in the Moscow Peace Treaty in March of 1940. The Finns had to cede the Karelian portion of the eastern 11% of Finland. Does all of this have a familiar ring? Now they want the eastern portion of Ukraine, and I said that all along. I kept saying that they were going to have to end up giving that, just like they did to the Finns, and notice that the Finns' heroic resistance prevented the country from being fully occupied. The Winter War stands as a powerful testament to the defense of a nation's sovereignty. So,
right.
But,
okay, without reading any more of that, are you in favor of Ukraine giving up, portions of their land to end the war? And do you think that will be enough?
No, because he won't stop.
That's where I'm at. The guy's never. He wants to get the old band back together. So I'm not in favor of what Trump's put out. I don't know that Zelensky is either. But it
doesn't sound at all like he's for it. But he's got his arm tied behind his back. If he wants to keep getting America's support in some other ways, he's got to cut off his nose to spite his face. It's sounding like no. But unlike Ukraine, Finland never had help from the U.S. or England or France and that at the time. We were on our own. We didn't have all these other League of Nations or United Nations helping back then, because the U.S. and that they were too afraid to mix it up with the Soviets back then. So, but
I appreciate the thoughts.
They say history rhymes, or so.
Yeah.
All right.
I appreciate.
Thanks, Rick.
I appreciate it.
All right, be well.
Thank you. Let's go to Steve in Des Plaines. Steve, how are you?
Hey, Rick, how you doing? Oh, very good. Listen, the previous caller before you, Nancy, she's called before, and Nancy, if she's out there, I have to push back against her. The democracy doesn't work when people get off their butts and vote. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. We lost so many votes this last election. People did not come out. The middle class, the working class has to rise up and vote. It's very simple. And we could have both houses of Congress. We could have someone in the White House. We could have that middle class resurrection, if you will, or re-enrichment, however you want to put a comeback, if you will. Because it has been, we've been kicked in the butt since Reagan. And like you said, that 914 known billionaires. In 1978, there were like maybe 2 in this country.
Yep.
I don't know. I had to push back against Nancy.
No, I'm glad you did. Look, Look, Steve, the reality is in this, I say this all the time. Once we figure out what we want as working people, and I hope it's better wages, hours, conditions, opportunities for our kids, health care, affordable housing. Once we realize that that's the middle of the road for us, and a party, I don't care which, decides that that's the policy perspectives, then we need to get behind that. The problem of where we are is our politics are divided because we're divided. And the sooner we wake up to the reality that the only saviors in all of this are you and me, the better off I think we're going to be.
Yeah, real quick, to this idea about, again, another one of those horrible things that Reagan came up with, the problem is government. Well, we, the people, is the government. We tend to forget that. They work for us. We, and we need to take the power back. Anyway,
amen. I appreciate it.
Have a good day, sir.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Let's get one more call in before the break. I got Ron in Michigan. Ron, what's on your mind?
Rick, hello there. I wanted to talk about the senators who came out and recently said that U.S. soldiers do not carry out illegal orders. Yeah, I don't know. As far as what I'm concerned about, I'm a Vietnam veteran. The My Lai massacre was a illegal order that was carried out by U.S. troops. It came down from the top brass, but it was an illegal order. I can see our soldiers being put into a My Lai massacre situation. We are already in a Gulf of Tonkin situations with these illegal attacks on the Venezuela. We don't know whose boats those are. Let's get real, all right? Let's capture one of those boats. Let's interrogate the soldiers or sailors, whoever's on. Let's inspect the cargo. Show us this cargo. I see this whole thing with Trump, as a war for oil, blood for oil. The Trump family has no stakes in oil. I see this as their attempt to go into Venezuela and steal oil for the Trump family and the capitalists, plain and simple. Venezuela nationalized their oil from British Petroleum. The United States tried to stick up for that, and the Venezuelan people, the oil belongs to the Venezuelan people, plain and simple. U.S. just keep our noses out of Venezuela. No blood for oil.
No, and look, as a former, soldier, you do know that, as I think the six that came forth, said, look, don't follow illegal orders. You have the right not to. And for that common sense piece of advice, you've got a president who's wanting to try them for sedition and have them executed.
British intelligence has pulled out from our working together on this Venezuelan deal. The British, I highly regard their integrity more than ours, which has been captured by a gang of fascist wannabes, plain and simple, Rick.
Yeah. I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rick.
You're listening to It's the Democracy Stupid. I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath. He'll be back on December 6th. Make sure you check out my program every weeknight here on WCPT AM 820, Chicago's Progressive Talk, 7 p.m. weeknights. As always, I want to hear what you think, what your thoughts are, if something makes you happy, sad, all of that. Email me, Rick at thericksmithshow.com. Going to take a quick break. When we come back, Richard Chew going to help wrap up the day. And you make sure you check out his program, Chew's Views, every weekday here on this station. Right back with Richard. Stick around.
You're listening to Edwin Eisendrath's It's the Democracy Stupid on WCPT 820.
I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin. He'll be back on December 6th. I'm sure you're looking forward to that. And I want to thank everybody who chimed in today and taken time to send emails and calls and all that. It's great to be back on live radio and a little rusty, but I'm enjoying this. Looking forward to hear from more of you. But looking forward to talking to my next guest, Richard Chew, host of Chew's Views here on WCPT, heard every morning, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., Monday through Friday. This coming week, what we're seeing on Chew's Views, Kentucky Congressman Morgan McGarvey is going to be there, Mississippi State Senator-elect Johnny Dupree. You've got the Lieutenant Governor-elect from Virginia, regulars on Chew's Views like Sarah Jones, Kurt Mullett, and Karen Byrne. They're going to be there, so make sure you tune in. on WCPT here, AM 820. Also, the Heartland Signal website, TuneIn, YouTube, Facebook, all of the usual suspects. Richard Chu, brother, how are you?
Hey, how are you doing, Rick Smith?
I am good, having a blast. It's been a while since I've been live on the radio, since my wife's accident. I've been away.
Right.
And I got to tell you, a little rusty, but I love doing this. It's good stuff. I got to get your thoughts on the big news this week, affordability. I'm sure you saw that this was Affordability Week, one that I'm sure we're going to see more of. What'd you get out of this week on the affordability front? How's this administration going to make your life better, Richard?
They're going to make my life better by going away. That would be my starting point in terms of how they're going to make it better. But as it relates to Affordability Week, what cracks me up, the first term, Trump's first term, and now his second term, there's always got to be a week. It's like a carnival show. There's always got to be some sort of special, we're going to make this, infrastructure week. We're going to make this affordability week. We're going to make this, immigration week. It's like it's like selling the commodity of responsibility versus just doing the work. If there's an observation, I won't say criticism, but an observation of the Biden administration, I wish they had spent more time saying, this is what we did for you this week or this month or this quarter, and here's how it's going to benefit your life. Like a laundry list. Hey, Rick and Richard, this is what we did for you guys. This is for all your union members out there, union strong guys. This is what we did for you, but not make it like a commoditizing or the affordability week. And we would need an affordability week if this knucklehead had just left tariffs alone. Certainly in the manner in which he's using them. You and I both know with our backgrounds that they have a place, but recklessly, without any consistency, we wouldn't be in this spot.
Yeah, no, he was handed an economy that was doing well. We were heading in the right direction. Things were moving in the right direction, and he's kicked it in the crotch. But here's the thing, and I'm going to be critical of the Biden administration. I didn't think, and all during his term, I was saying, hey, how come you're not doing more Trumpian kind of, hey, look at me? For instance, every one of those infrastructure projects, I'm like, get a 20-foot cardboard cutout at least of that stupid sticker they were putting on gas pumps with Biden pointing, going, Biden did this, and put those at every one of those construction sites going, hey, I did this. So that we know that there are policies that are making our lives better. Because here's the weird part. The Susquehanna Bridge project in my neighborhood, just about 2 hours up the road, there is a sign right now that says that this bridge project was brought to you by the infrastructure bill, Donald Trump, president.
Yeah, no, I know.
Taking credit for stuff he was against.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and I'm in that same camp. I wish they had, and this was something I was saying real time, not looking back and going, oh, wow, kind of reverse criticism. I was saying it then, like, I really wish that they would just go ahead and, unleash the dogs and say, look at all the great stuff we're doing for you. Look at what it means, how it's benefiting you and that sort of thing. I get that. But going back to your question about Affordability Week, we shouldn't have to have it, but we do, because this knucklehead in the White House and every one of the members of the GOP on a federal level and on a state level, I say this on my show pretty much every morning. I'm not blaming Donald Trump for being Donald Trump. Where I'm laying the real responsibility, and more of us progressive liberal Democrats or far left liberals have to grasp this. We are making a mistake if we breathe any energy whatsoever into Republican talking points while we're cutting our wrists at the same time about how awful we are. We got to stop doing that, Rick. And I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, but we have to stop cutting ourselves in the wrist rather than that energy should be put toward Republicans up and down, from the White House to the local sheriff in any community, because they voted him in. 78 million people, for whatever reason, they want to say that the Dems didn't give us enough to vote for. Doggone it, people should have had enough sense to go, I'm not voting for that. I don't have to agree with everything that Dems are saying. And I'm tired of us doing that to ourselves. We have to put this in the lap of the Republicans. Why we have even a conversation about Accountability Week? It's because Republicans drove the truck into the ditch, not us.
Yeah, no. Look, the reality is we saw the movie the first time. The sequel is never better. So this has been a sequel.
Especially we were running down the road. We were running down the road okay. And so we decided to put it in park and back uphill. Come on, man.
Both ways. So you've got to be interested in the news that Marjorie Trainwreck Green is finding the exit. Are you surprised that she's resigning?
Said this last week. You were on the show on Thursday on Choose Views. I said this. I've been saying this for a couple of months now about Marjorie Taylor Greene. See, I've been close with Sean Harris for almost 2 years now, and he's given me a lot of information. Sean Harris is the gentleman, the retired brigadier general that's running for this congressional seat that Marjorie Taylor Greene is now vacating, and he's told me a lot about what's been happening really there on the ground. And the people in that district have been very, very unhappy with her. They reelected her, and it is what it is. But here, I'm not surprised because I've been saying for a couple of months now, watch her closely because something's up, something's going on. I can go back and play shows and show where I said, don't buy into where she's going. I just said this the other day when a lot of things hit with what she's been talking about with the Epstein files. And so I'm not surprised. And I told people, I said it on my show, I said it in private, I said it at all venues. Marjorie Taylor Greene is looking out for herself. This sudden conversation around, I've got to be caring about the women. This is the same woman that voted for a guy that did damage to women, convicted for it. It's the same woman that gave a pass to other men in Congress that have allegations toward them. This is the same woman that chased down a teenager after he was part of one of the worst school shootings in American history. Same woman that all but called the former president the N-word. So I haven't trusted her. I won't trust her. I don't trust her now. I don't care what her motives are. All I want people to do is realize we cannot give these Republicans any space. We have to stop doing that. I don't give a damn what her reasoning is. And I love what AOC – see, I like AOC because she called it out from Jump Street. She said – interesting how she timed this just perfectly. 2 days after her benefits kick in and her pension is everlasting. I mean, that's not an accident. And she's made a bunch of money in what people would say some shady deals when it comes to insider trading, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, those allegations are there, but I don't trust her. And, she's the news. And if she and Donald are having a little hissy fit back and forth, he turned on her. See, this is what I crack up about. We told her he's going to turn on you at some point. Here we go.
No, you tell everyone at the Red Hats that. It's never about you. It's about him. And look, my response to her leaving is good. Bye.
Yeah, bye. So what's bye Felicia from the movie? One of the guys said bye Felicia. Well, bye Marjorie. See ya. Yeah, no, we want to be you.
The hope is that others learn from that and we go forward. Now, I did want to get your thoughts on the big meeting with Mandami and Trump. Are you surprised that Trump was? There's that picture going around with the caption of, if I could only get a woman to look at me like that. Are you surprised that Trump treated Mandami the way he did, and maybe not as combative? Are you surprised by that?
I'm not surprised. Let's look at time. So when Zelensky was in, and I will be honest with you, Rick, there was a moment where I was like, I hope he doesn't mistreat him like he mistreated Vladimir Zelensky back in what was that in March or February, whatever, earlier this year in the White House. I said, I hope that doesn't happen. But I'm not surprised that he didn't go goofy and stupid and Trumpy on it, because he wants to ingratiate himself to this guy because he kind of has to. And here's the reason why. He wants to be back in good favor in New York. Why? Because that's where he made his bones. Good, bad, or the good, bad, and the ugly. So for him to get nice with the mayor of New York in this moment is it's all show. And I can assure you that there'll be a point down the road where he'll do what he does. Look at what he did here's an example. Mondami hasn't kissed Donald's feet. Marjorie Taylor Greene kissed Donald's feet, and he turned on her. So I'm not going to look at this and go, well, gosh, he was nice to Mondami. No, he's playing the game. He's playing the game right now. He figured, if I give Trump, I've always given Donald Trump as a politician or whatever this little bit of credit. He knows how to play the game. We always talk about people who will say, if you warm up to Donald, if you're nice to him, if you say nice things to him, how people have tried to make that assessment of him. I've said he does that to other people. He gets people to think, oh, we're boys. We're tight with each other. And then the minute he decides to do something different, he turns on people. The difference is this is the president turning on people. So, no, I'm not surprised, but I'm also not – I don't measure it in any way, because I look at it and go, that's what Donald Trump does. It's just what he does. So,
but for me, as I'm going through and watching all of this, it kind of blows up the Republican strategy for the midterms, which is to tie Democrats to Mondami and socialism. Because, as we speak, they're voting on a resolution to condemn socialism. So aren't they kind of didn't Trump just kind of blow that up by being nice? No,
he didn't. Here's why. Because it's really a non-starter. Socialism, this is what's going to happen with the conversation around socialism. It's playing itself out. And here's why. People aren't looking at, I don't think enough people are looking at it this way. This whole conversation around socialism, and we don't want to be this socialist nation and all this other kind of garbage. We are a socialist nation. We have benefits that we provide to Americans that are social-driven benefits, social security. Okay, so what the Democrats get to do if they choose to, the voices and the messaging gets to say, we got everybody in our tent. And what works in New York right now may not work someplace else. But guess what? We are working to help everybody. When the Republicans try to go down the path of denigrating socialism, they're cutting off their nose to spite their face, because all Democrats have to do is say, well, wait a minute. So you want to take social security away from your grandmother? So part of this is in our lap more so than it is what the Republicans are going to do. And that's what you said this so many times on your show. We want the Democrats to start taking the narrative and saying, no, this is what we do for union members. This is what we do for the working man and woman across the country. Don't tell us what we do for them. We're going to tell you what we do for them. And you said that more times than I can count, Rick, on your show for a long time. And that's where I think we have the opportunity to win this sort of Mondami as a socialist message. Look at what we offer socially to our country, red, blue, and in the middle.
Yeah, no, look, I don't run away from that, because I think anything you can do to help working people and make their lives better is worth pursuing. And when they do start using those labels, it's because they're losing. At least that's my view on it, because I think Mondami is hitting on the needs of New Yorkers, which is, look, I grew up in a housing project on the west side of Cleveland, a food desert. So the idea of putting some kind of a grocery store, some kind of a way for those people to be able to get produce and reasonable price food, huge win. Public transit. Look, I lived in an area where we weren't on the bus line. Huge win. These kind of things that make working people's lives better is what should be Democrats' wheelhouse. And Mondami does a great job of explaining why they're common sense, which is why I like the guy.
Yeah, I agree, man. I mean, that's I go back and forth. I'm like you in many ways when it comes to this. I want the Dems to take the message
to the Republicans and even some of the moderates. Take it to them. Hit them hard with it, Rick, hard. And say, listen, we are not – your messaging, no longer. I mean, and so to that point about the working man and woman, the middle-class working folk of America of all stripes, the message that needs to come to them is they've already told us. Enough of us have listened, and I've talked to enough politicians in the last 90 days that have all said something similar, and that or part of something similar is that I've asked them what's working. How did you win this election in this particular community? And they've all said, Richard, I listened to what the people were saying, and I helped them understand. We may not be able to get everything, but I'm listening to you. And
no, that's what people want, Richard. Look, they want somebody who's going to put up a fight. They want someone who, when a street fight breaks out, they're not going to just offer to hold your coat. You're listening to It Is the Democracy, Stupid. I'm Rick Smith, sitting in for Edwin Eisendrath. He will be back on December 6th. I'm sitting here talking with Richard Chu, Chu's Views. You know you can check that out every day here on WCPT AM 820. 6 a.m. in the morning. I know up early, but well worth top of the mind time. If you got a thought, question, comment for Richard, 773-763-9278. You can chime in before we wrap things up, 773-763-9278. If you want to yell at Richard, let's get somebody to yell at Richard. It's something good, because look, at the end of the day, I think passion is what we need. And something about passion about making the lives of working people better. I think that pulls us together. Red hat, blue hat, green hat, no hat, blue collar, white collar, ring around the collar, shouldn't matter. It's about making sure that roofs overhead, food on tables, kids having clothes on their back. To me, that's the important stuff.
Yep, I agree. Those are the things, Rick Smith, that we know matter to everybody. They matter to people, and I had the small little report that I did day before yesterday on my show, which talked about the $100,000 salary or income is no longer the bellwether income. And what it is there's a number of people that are at that number or a little bit over that number, but they're still struggling, and that's because of the other side of this conversation. So I've said, listen, if we increase wages at the same time we reduce the cost of things, everybody benefits, and because more can be consumed with a less amount of money. And people then, as a financial advisor, I look at it from that perspective. It's a budgeting conversation for me. Let's bring your costs down. Let's increase your income or your resources. And so when we talk about wages going up, the other thing that we have to say is that businesses are going to have to cut some of their pricing. They're going to have to push. And see, here's the thing where businesses kind of, excuse my language, but they kind of punked out with Trump, which tells me where we know where they stand. The businesses that all come together, if the Fortune 500, Fortune 1000 had said, you know what, Donald Trump, no, we're not going to tolerate this. We're not going to tolerate this because it's wrong for our consumers, our bread and butter consumers, because we need to drive prices down. If we have more people buying stuff, we're going to still make our big money. But they didn't do that, Rick. And I know you know how.
No, look, Richard. I thought when Trump came in on Inauguration Day, immediately the Business Roundtable group were going to come in and start slashing prices just for the optics. Kind of the Reagan moment when Reagan put his hand on the Bible, the Iranians let the hostages go. It's that the optics, prices are coming down. We're slashing. And that didn't happen. Let's quick go to the phones. I got Fred on line one. He's got a theory about MTG for you.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Fred, and I just wondering if maybe Marjorie Taylor Greene is just trying to step away from the Congress because she actually knows what's in the Epstein files, and she just she sees what's going to come and what's going to happen to the MAGA Republicans. And I'll hang up and just listen to you guys chat about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Fred.
That's one of the theories that I've heard. What are your thoughts?
Well, here, I had this thought, too, and thanks to the caller. I thought, what if she's in the files? We don't know. We don't know that she's not in the files.
No, Richard, she's got an interesting past. There's a lot to unpack there.
she might be in the files, and people that she's been close to might be in the files. So the caller's not way off base in saying that, and knowing what's in the files and who she may have gotten close to since she's been in Congress and all these kinds of things. Absolutely, she's like, you know what? Let me get out of this fire. Let me get out of this smoke before the fire really starts. And also, the other part is that she knows, to the caller's question, what's in there, and she does. And she's been all up in Trump's face, all up in his bosom, as you know what that means. Guess what? You know where I'm going. That makes it look really bad for her because she was in the sheets. I don't mean that literally, but she was in the sheets about how wonderful he was. And when the E. Jean Carroll thing came down, she just was nasty toward E. Jean Carroll and other women that came forward. Remember that? How she was defending him to the tooth. So now she's about to look bad.
Let's go to Dan on line 2. He's got a thought as well. Dan, what's your thought?
Hi, Rick. You're doing a great job.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to bring up also about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Excellent point you brought up 2 days after she gets her lifetime pension and health care, of course, for her and her family, I would imagine, the rest of their lives. My thought is that she's going to run for Senate. And if she's not going to run for Senate, in her warped mind, she also, well, probably that too, but also thinks she's going to be maybe on a ticket, vice president or God knows what. I just was wondering what you thought about that. Thank you, Richard.
Well, thanks for the call. Rick, she's damaged goods. The way that she's stepping away right now.
There's no way she wins a statewide. This is the one thing I agree with Trump. She doesn't win a statewide election in Georgia, and she's damaged goods. She's never going to be a VP poll for anybody. Maybe the Libertarian Party, but that's
right. But what all they're going to do is screw up the numbers for the Republicans as we go forward, because this time around we should be able to message strongly and say every time we have this third-party garbage going on, we end up harming the country. So I don't think she's a viable candidate because she's damaged goods. And the Democratic, I think right now what I see so far, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, most Democratic voices have tried to stay out of the conversation about her. I mean, AOC said what she had to say, but she was spot on. But most Democrats have, there hasn't been a whole lineup of people, and I think that they're smart to not do that. Meaning they should leave it alone and let it do whatever it's going to do, and basically write her off because she is damaged goods no matter how they try to slice it, and she's damaged goods not because of what she did prior to, let's say, last Sunday or what she said, but what she's damaged goods for, she resigns. She resigns in the middle of the heat of the battle for the Republican Party, rather than rolling up her sleeves and staying in the fight. She's resigned. So that's how
it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. At the end of it, though, I'm like I said earlier. Good. Bye.
Bye.
And look, I've not been a fan. I'm not going to come to her aid. And look, when someone's digging themselves deeper into a hole, you don't take the shovel. You stand on the side and you go, want a drink of water? Here, I'll help you.
Let me give you another shovel, an additional shovel.
There you go. Richard,
Rick, you are. Let me just say this. I love what you've been doing for years in terms of standing in the void for people, particularly those that are union strong throughout the country. Your voice has been incredibly important to so many people's lives, and a lot of times we just blow past saying that to you. And I just want to say that to you today, that what you've done and the lives that you've impacted, that means something. And I hope you can embrace that. And I want to share those good words with you. And once again, thanks for being such a wonderful husband, such a great man when it came to, being a partner for your wife during her illness last year.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Richard. Nice words. I appreciate it. Really do. And I look forward to talking to you again. We got to do this more often.
Yes, we do, Rick. Be well. Thanks for having me on this short period of time. I appreciate it. Really do.
Anytime, Richard. Again, make sure you check out Richard's program, Choose Views, every morning, 6 a.m., right here on WCPT AM 820, Chicago's Progressive Talk. I got to tell you, I had a ball. I love the fact that we had some really good conversations. Lots of email traffic. I hope that'll continue. You can email me, rick@thericksmithshow.com. If you didn't get through on the phone line, make sure you check out my program every weeknight here on the network, 7 p.m. local time. Look, we got a lot of work to do. There are opportunities here, and I know the anger can get the best of us. I know we can get bogged down in where we are, but I have hope that tomorrow is going to be a better day. I have hope that you and I and all of us are going to find our way towards building what will be the next great American experience. And look, if I didn't believe that, I wouldn't be doing this. I think that, pushing forward, moving in a direction that, well, when I leave this place, I leave something for my children that's worthy of inheriting. And I think that's the best we can all do. We want to do the best we can and leave something better than what we found. And right now, we're not in that moment. Right now, we've got an administration hell-bent on destroying what's really made this country great. So the question for us is, when do we find ourselves back in the middle of the road? When do we get off the sidewalks and start actually talking to each other? I want to hear your thoughts. rick@thericksmithshow.com is how you get a hold of us. Lots of programming notes that I didn't get to, and I apologize. There are a lot of shows here on the network that want to make sure you get aware of. There is obviously this one. It's the Democracy Stupid. Edwin will be back on December 6th. Make sure you check out on Monday on Live, Local, and Progressive. Joan Esposito will be talking to Cameron Stevenson, national correspondent in Washington, D.C. for Courier, legal analyst, author, and podcaster Jill Wine-Banks going to be there. My buddy Joe Walsh, former Illinois congressman, going to chime in and look, took a lot of guff for having Joe on the program and actually talking to each other. Also, Gabrielle Oliverio, author of Now We Are Here, Family Migration, Children's Education, and Dreams for a Better Life. All of that live, local, and progressive weekdays, 2 to 5 p.m. on WCPT, Chicago's Progressive Talk. Again, I want to thank everybody who took time for us today. I want to thank everyone, the folks in the studio, making everything sound right. I appreciate it, and I look forward to doing it again. So thanks so much for being here. I will see you 7 p.m. weeknights right here. It's the Democracy Stupid. Thanks so much. We'll see you back here next time.
Tired of all those talking heads down the dial who think they're always right?
People need to just calm down. It's gotten ridiculous.
Welcome to WCPT 820, where facts matter.
Quite frankly, I get most of my news from you.
This is WCPT 820, Chicago's progressive talk.
Tune into the Thom Hartmann radio program, your home for news, opinion, and insight, right here on WCPT 820, where facts matter.
NBC News Radio, I'm Lisa Carton. Protesters are staging a Remove the Regime rally in Washington, D.C. today, calling for the impeachment of President Trump. Crowds carrying signs march from the Lincoln Memorial through the nation's capital with an estimated 10,000 people taking part. Organizers plan to hold a ticketed party afterward to raise money for the coalition's impeachment efforts. Today's march and rally marks the end of a 3-day protest staged in several cities by the Removal Coalition, a group of anti-Trump organizations calling for his removal from office. European leaders are voicing their concerns about the U.S. peace plan for Ukraine. Meeting on the sidelines of the G20 summit in South Africa, they express fears that the proposals could leave Ukraine vulnerable to future attack by Russia. France, Germany, and the UK have warned that international borders must not be changed by force. President Trump has set Thanksgiving as the deadline for Ukraine to agree to the 28-point proposal, which calls for Kyiv to give up more of its territory to Russia. Former FBI Director James Comey is petitioning the court. Jim Roop has more.
Comey is asking a federal judge in Virginia to dismiss the charges against him. Comey was indicted in September on 2 charges relating to past testimony to Congress about the Trump-Russia investigation. Comey's lawyer says only 2 grand jurors reviewed the final indictment. He's calling it a procedural error, and the case should be tossed out.
North Carolina authorities are still looking for suspects after 4 people were shot at a Christmas tree lighting ceremony north of Charlotte. Police in Concord say 3 of the victims are in critical condition. Video of the scene shows families fleeing from the event in downtown after shots rang out. Police are investigating the shooting. Wicked for Good is proving to be magic at the box office, earning nearly $31 million from preview screenings. You're listening to the latest on NBC News Radio.
This is Chicago's Progressive Talk, 820 AM, WCPT Willow Springs, and online at WCPT820.com, where facts matter.
From energy to public health, extreme weather, the economy, and more, Climate Connections makes the global local. Hear it weekdays during the Thom Hartmann program and during Joan Esposito, live, local, and progressive, right here on WCPT 820, Chicago's Progressive Talk, where facts matter.
This is a WCPT Veteran Minute. After working several odd jobs in New York City, Henry Johnson found his way into the National Guard during World War I. Johnson was assigned to the 369th Infantry Regiment, but the all-black unit was better known as the Harlem Hellfighters. The Hellfighters' first task was assisting the French Fourth Army. On May 15, 1918, Hellfighter Johnson noticed Germans attempting to break in. Johnson retreated to get backup from the French troops, noticing German soldiers were attempting to kidnap another Hellfighter. Despite standing at only 5'4", Johnson sprung into action. With only 3 bullets and a bolo knife, Johnson was able to kill 4 enemy soldiers and wounded 21 others, causing them to retreat, saving himself and his men. However, Johnson received a total of 21 injuries all over his body, including his left foot being shattered. Johnson was discharged, and his papers did not show his heroism or his injury, leaving him unable to receive any disability compensation, leaving Johnson penniless at the time of his death at age 36. Johnson's heroism went unnoticed for decades until President Barack Obama awarded him the Medal of Honor in 2015.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out TSA.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out TSA.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
Those headaches and stomach aches your child gets may be migraine. 10% of children and 28% of adolescents have migraine disease. Migraine at School can help. Learn more at migraineatschool.org. As a parent, I know how migraine impacts my daughter's ability to learn. Every child deserves the chance to flourish in school. Visit migraineatschool.org. Sponsored by the Coalition for Headache and Migraine Patients.
The following program, The Ricky Hendon Show, is provided by Ricky Hendon and to the extent applicable, his guests. The views and opinions expressed therein do not necessarily reflect those of Heartland Signal, LLC, or its management.
It's time for The Ricky Hendon Show, right here on WCPT, with me, Ricky Hendon, and Ricky Jr.
Am I flat? Am I flat? Am I flat, man? You know I'm always off key.
You know I'm going to be a singer, but I'm a talk show host. But I don't care. If you don't care, we'll talk about anything you want to talk about.
Babies having babies is a problem.
Give us a call at 773-763-9278. That's 773-763-9278. I'm a Republican. Blah, 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 blah. The Ricky Hendon Show. We can talk about anything. Democrat, Republican, it don't matter to me.
These public schools suck.
Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday, and welcome to the Ricky Hendon Radio Show. You have Ricky Jr. with you in the studio, but we have someone else with us that's going to be doing the full show with us, and that is...
Ricky Sr.
Wait for
Not
it.
the full show. First 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. First 15 minutes. Give me 1 second. I got to get my audio levels up.
The good thing about children, smart children, is they stand in the gap for you when you get tired. And, we were down at City Hall protesting these property tax increases, and we were down there a long time, and I got a little cold, a little snotty nose, nothing major, but, it kind of slowed me down a little bit. But somebody's got to fight.
Yeah.
These property taxes are just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, just totally ridiculous. And we may have Marvin Towns call in today. I hope so. They have a new Thanksgiving movie coming out, Son of a Preacher. And if Marvin calls in, then make sure you take care of Marvin as well.
Gotcha,
but you sure were down there at the county board for the tax protest, weren't you?
Yes, Dad. So let's just reset real quick with the show here. So you got Ricky Jr., you got Ricky Sr. on the line with you here today. And so we're both going to be here talking about a lot of the issues. But the biggest one here happening locally in the city of Chicago is the Cook County taxes that people are dealing with. So that's what he was talking about. We were both at City Hall, at the Cook County Assessor's Office. And so we're going to talk to you all about that experience, because what a lot of people are going through right now, the shock with some of these numbers that we saw, Dad, are absolutely insane. If you go to my father's Facebook page, he has a picture up of somebody whose property taxes were about, $1,500 last year, and they're about $10,000 this year. Dad, is that correct?
$10,046 from $1,700.
Wow.
And they had another bill. They showed me both of their bills. They had another property, and it went up about $5,000. We had people on the west side, property taxes went up 133%. And in Inglewood, it's just ridiculous. So, I definitely want to talk about that. And then if people may want to talk about the pivot that they see Donald Trump is making right now, where he's trying to pivot to the middle. And, he met with the new mayor of New York City, Mandami, and saying all these about it. Well, he was just calling them a communist, and New York's going to fall off the face of the earth if he gets elected.
It's amazing.
But now Trump is in trouble. He sees his numbers. He sees where his people are like, dude, we got to do something different. But people shouldn't be fooled by, the new Trump, because we're about to see a new Trump. And it's fake Trump.
Let's talk about that too. And there's quite a few topics I want to talk about. I got a couple of things listed here, and I'll also give out the listener number here shortly. But you have that, obviously, and then as a result of a lot of the other Trump action, you have Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning, right? You have the Epstein files. That was still this week. It feels like it was forever ago, but that was recent as well. That being voted on. You had Trump calling for, I hate to say it, but this is what he said, the hanging of Democratic politicians. And you had Elisa Alyssa Slotkin's house, get bomb threats. We could talk about that. There's a lot. And things just continue to happen so fast. It's very easy to forget about, some of these major things that have happened. But if you want to be a part of the conversation with us here on WCPT 820 AM, feel free to call in. It's one of the best things that we enjoy about being on the radio, that you all can be a part of this conversation with us, and we welcome it. But the listener call-in number is 773-763-9278. Again, 773-763-9278. And one more time, in case you didn't get it, 773-763-9278. So we'll start with the local stuff, Dad, and we'll get to the national stuff. But let's talk about these property taxes. And, where do you even want to begin with this?
Well, we want people to call in. We also want people to go to our Facebook page and get the information. We took people down there on Thursday, and a lot of people just don't believe you can get a break. You can't fight City Hall. Well, we got people deductions on Thursday. More than just a few people. People were down there. We got them deductions for a variety of reasons. Got the taxes lowered. If you fight, you win. If you don't fight, you ain't got no chance.
Right.
So we're going to go back. I did say on Facebook Tuesday, but it's going to depend on my health and how I'm feeling.
Yeah.
Some people know I'm not. I had surgery about 3 weeks ago now, and I'm ahead of, praise God, I'm ahead of schedule, but the doctor still want me to take it easy a little bit. So, but people can go to the office on the third floor.
Yeah.
Use my name. Tell them Ricky Hennon or Ricky them sent you. Ricky or Ricky sent you. And the office is looking for people that are sent by us, looking for me to come back, and we're going to have one out in the neighborhood with John Harrell. Don't have a date on that yet. John, they're still doing Thanksgiving food giveaways. Right now, I think they're at Kennedy College right now. But we're going to have one, and we will announce that as well. But people should get their tax bill and take it with them. Sometimes there's an exemption you can get. There's also a certificate of errors. We got people certificate of errors on Thursday. We got people exemptions on Thursday. And I got to say, the assessor's office was very cooperative, as was Maria Pappas from the treasurer's office. Right. So I just want people to get out there, get your tax bill, and don't be afraid to go down there and fight.
Yeah.
And if you're scared to fight, just let us know. Me and Ricky will go fight for you.
You got it, 100%. And so for people who don't know, we could talk about a high level, like, what the system looks like. But for the exemptions, like you mentioned, that's up to $600, right? That people got same day by going down there. And then there's the potential appeal process as well, right? And that's where the big savings can come in, right? Like the example that you gave, the guy whose bill went from $1,700 to over $10,000. Clearly, something is going on there, and it's probably not correct. And so that's where you want to make sure you go and appeal. You don't pay that. Don't. I wouldn't pay it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go and fight. But we do have resources and people that are willing to help.
Yeah, they have until the 17th of December, so we have a little time to fight. The appeal process is all messed up. That's one of the laws we want to change. Right now, where you have to appeal a year ahead of time. Well, how the hell you appeal a year before you get the bill?
Exactly.
It doesn't make any sense. Only the big boys, the business people, the billionaires, they know how to do it. They have to hire the fancy attorneys. Madigan and Burke used to do a lot of this business. How can the Trump Tower, Donald J. Trump's building, get a tax cut, which he did this year and last year, and then Mrs. Jones and Mr. Bozinski get hit with higher taxes in the neighborhood?
Doubling.
It's just fair.
Yeah. No, 100%.
We're going to fight. We want people to fight it. And there are a number of things that we want to do in the legislation. Lower the interest rate if you do fall behind. Put you on a payment plan if you do fall behind. Have a circuit breaker program where if your taxes go up more than 25%, you don't have to pay it. And we'll be talking to Governor J.B. Pritzker and other legislators about that.
Yeah, Yeah. So with that said, action item for everybody. If this is something that is impacting you, or maybe if it's not impacting you, but you want to make sure that the people in your community get to keep their homes, right? Because that's the consequence of this. If people ultimately aren't able to pay, they get foreclosed on, they lose their homes. Reach out to your elected officials, call for a session for them to go ahead and vote for the legislation, like you said, the circuit breaker legislation, and also so that people can appeal the year that it's due, right? Because the fact that people have until, December 17th to pay, but they got the bills on November 17th, that's not enough time to deal with a $10,000 bill that you were expecting to be $1,700, right? That's just insane. And that's not everybody, but what we've seen from the data is that for a lot of people, especially in the low-income communities, I want to say the plurality, I would have to go back and look at some of the data again, but it's doubled. I mean, that's an insane cost to have to pay, an extra $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 on short notice. Yeah.
And here's the sad part. The poorer the community, the higher the tax.
Right.
So somebody who has a house that might be worth $150,000, they're now saying, "Oh, that house is worth $300,000." Well, they can't sell that house for $300,000, so it's not worth $300,000. They're doubling people's bills, and in some cases, even worse than that.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to put that out there, and I've said what I wanted to say about Trump and Mondani. I'm glad to have you running the show today. I'm sure your phone lines are going to light up if they're not already lit up.
We got a call right now.
Station, but I'll listen to take a call or two before I have to go.
Okay. Perfect. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Dad. And we do have Debbie from Old Town called in, so we'll get to her in a moment. But real quick, you are listening to the Ricky Hendon Radio Show. You got Ricky Jr. and Ricky Sr. with you today for a little bit longer than normal. We'll have to do a full show at some point, Dad. We haven't done one of those in 5 years, so 6 years. God, time flies, right? So we'll do that at some point. Again, Debbie will get to you here in a moment, but if anybody else wants to call in and be a part of the show, 773-763-9278, 773-763-9278. Debbie, you are on the Ricky Hendon Radio Show. How's it going, Debbie? Welcome to the show.
Hey, hi guys. Hey, Ricky. I hope you're healthy healing to you, and just take it easy because it's really an important part. Your body's going through a lot of changes.
Right. I will.
Thank you, Debbie.
Anyway, I have a question about the tax bill. I am a renter, and I have a very close relationship with my owner, and my owner lives out of the country. And so we handle everything, for him. And the tax bill just came, and it's crazy. It's ridiculous. I live in Old Town. And I was wondering, is it possible for me as, his, I don't know what you would call it, to go down to the offices and try and plead by case, not as an owner, but as a renter?
They will give you an affidavit. It's called an affidavit. So you fill out the affidavit saying that you're representing the homeowner. It could be a senior citizen, or in your case, the person lives out the country. But as long as you are officially allowed to handle their business, yes, you can go down there and tell them what's going on and ask for the affidavit. Once you fill the affidavit out, then you can appeal the tax. You can do everything you need to do.
Great. That's good to know, because I wasn't sure, as not an owner, but on behalf of. So great. Thanks for all the information, you guys. It really helps people, and I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
All right.
Awesome.
Everything works out because renters' rent will go up too. People who not rent don't own the property be like, well, it's not affecting me. Yes, it will, because if your landlord's mortgage, because the taxes doubled, they're going to want to double your rent. They got to get that money from somewhere. They don't want to lose the property.
Exactly, right? So this is something that is going to probably affect everybody in the city of Chicago. Again, for some buildings, like we've seen with this, a lot of the high-rise buildings downtown, their taxes actually went down, and the individual homeowners' taxes went up. So somebody's being affected by this regardless. And like you said, if you're a renter, they're going to have to make up that cost somewhere. So this affects everyone. So again, action item wise, if you are the owner, right, you can go to City Hall, go to the 3rd floor, go to the Cook County Assessor's office, bring in your tax bill, bring in all your documentation, and then you might be able to get up to $600 in exemptions right away. And then there's other programs that can help as well. And also, if you go to my Facebook page, Ricky Hendon Jr., I took a video of a couple other organizations that are there on that floor. So they're there on a regular basis, but there's a variety of different organizations that are doing other things that can help you as well. Like they have veterans organizations, and they can help you get low-cost loans, right? They have organizations for certain parts of the city of Chicago that have grant funding that you can get that can just pay for your property taxes just with that grant funding, right? But you have to be there. You have to show up. You have to be engaged, right? That is the key when it comes to local politics. So, it's pretty crazy that people are being hit with this. We're all going to have to deal with it. I'm not looking forward to my rent going up because I live in West Loop, but I'm sure it will. Any other thoughts on that, Dad?
Well, I want people to know that on the average, the downtown properties owned by the billionaires, taxes went down 25%. 25% reductions for the business owners downtown and the big buildings downtown, and 100% increase on the poor people. And like I said, Trump and his people, the Republicans, they gave income tax breaks to billionaires for taking SNAP benefits from poor people and health benefits from the middle class. Mm-hmm. And here, unfortunately, in Democratic-controlled Cook County, because it's not just Chicago, the Democrats gave tax breaks to the billionaires downtown while raising taxes on the poor people on the west side, and the south side got it the worst. The north side still got hit with like 20% increases. Mm-hmm. But on the west side, with Garfield, 133%. It's
insane.
I could cuss, but it's the Ricky Hendon Show, Jr., so I ain't going to cuss.
No, I appreciate that, Dad. And I think I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I think the feeling with a lot of the topics that we're going to cover today and just with the country as a whole right now is that you have this ruling class divide versus working class divide, right? You hear a lot of people go, it's not left versus right, it's up versus down. And I roll my eyes at that all the time, because Democrats are the ones who gave us the Affordable Care Act, that gave us Social Security, that gave us the Voting Rights Act, that gave us so many of these programs. You can go back to Lyndon B. Johnson and, food programs in schools. Those are all Democrats, right? But at the same time, there are certain parts of our society that are being controlled by Democrats who are part of the ruling class as well, that are doing things like this, that are hurting the poor people and obviously helping out their friends, right?
We have to call them out. We can't just be, I said the other day, you can't just blame Trump for this. So this is a homegrown mess. Mm-hmm. And it's Democrats control every office in Cook County. And I'm not saying that to give comfort to no Republicans, but it's just the truth. So whatever politicians screw over us, we got to fight. And that's 100%. What I intended. Guys giving me a third and a fourth chance at life. And I'm not going to waste it. And I'm not going to let him say I shouldn't have let Ricky Hendon survive. I'm going to do what I believe I'm supposed to do to help people. And it was just great Thursday when we were down there. White people, black people, Latinos, everybody was down there. Mm-hmm. Asian people.
Everybody.
All happy and thanking you and me and Earl and Geraldine Byrne, all of us who came down to help out. Al Civilian, and it's just brave of us who will show their property taxes to the cameras, and so they could help their neighbors, and it was really beneficial, and I feel really, really good about it. I'm going to let you go ahead. It's about 4:30. I've been here almost half an hour, and you got calls coming in.
Yeah.
And I'll listen and let you just handle the show, or I'll take one more call if you want.
Okay. We don't have one right now. I was going to say, I wish you could see Henry, our in-studio engineer, just nodding with everything you're saying, because I think he gets it. Everybody can relate to this. It's just, if you want to say something, Henry, you're welcome to, but the whole process is insane.
No, it is. Like, it's insane that, like... Oh, yeah.
Okay.
See you, Ricky. No, but yeah, it's insane that people are like, being forced to just out of nowhere pay double, and it's not even just like I mean, this is a very specific example of it, but then like in my own personal life, like, past year my electricity bills doubled. Like all my bills are kind of like just out of nowhere, and it's like you budget for a certain amount and then you make that work. But like then when things kind of come out of nowhere, you're like, all right, how am I gonna? Where am I pulling from? What am I doing here?
Yeah, and I'm always reminded of the fact. I every time I go on the show, I always talk about economics, the numbers, the stats, right? That the bottom 50% of people have 6% of the wealth in this country. 6, right? And more than half of people in the country can't afford a $500 emergency, right? So if you can, right, even if you're not wealthy, like you're doing very well compared to the average person in America. I mean, that's just a fact, right? So if you get a property bill for $2,000 more than you anticipated, you have no chance at being able to stay ahead, right? And unfortunately keep your home, which is your biggest asset. So you might lose an asset that has $100,000 worth of equity in it, over, a couple $1,000, property tax bill.
Out of nowhere, just,
Yeah. And there is a conversation to be had about taxing assets, right? Because when you talk about that ruling class, when you talk about the wealthiest people, those people aren't taking salaries.
Right.
I think I saw like Mark Zuckerberg's salary is like $1.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Because everything that they own is in equity. It's in houses, right? It's in boats, it's in planes, but it's in a lot of other assets as well, businesses. And so there is a conversation to be had about that. But, having those budgets filled on the property taxes of your everyday citizens is not the way to do it when we know that they don't have the wealth.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know what I mean? That's not where the actual money is. So now that 6% of the wealth owned by the bottom 50% of Americans is going to go down to 5 or 4. And there was a point within the last, I think, 15 years where it fell under 1%. I'm going to try to bring the study in next time I come in so that people can actually see, because it's one thing for me to say this, but like these are numbers that have come out of the Congressional Budget Office and a couple other places, verified sources within the federal government. But at one point, the bottom 50% of Americans owned less than 1% of the wealth in the country, right?
That's just insane. So, especially because we're the wealthiest country, or one of them in the world. Like,
the wealthiest country? No, we are the wealthiest country on earth, 100%. It's... You got me started. Anyway, we got some callers calling in. Thanks for calling into the show. We have Dan in Indiana. Dan, we have a lot of topics that we're going to talk about. Which one do you want to start with? There's a lot going on, but you are on the Ricky Hendon Radio Show with Ricky Jr. Dan, what's going on?
I want to tell you once again, I called last week. I want to tell you what a great job you're doing. And is your dad still on there?
He's dropped off now. He's resting up,
Okay.
But
I wanted to tell him. I talked to him last week, and I also went through the prostate situation 16 years ago, and I'm still here. I just wanted to tell him that keep going. God bless you, and just count your blessings. He will be fine.
Yeah.
So.
Amen.
I thought I was gone years ago, and I'm still here. So, but you're doing a wonderful job, and like I told your dad last week, as well as you guys are a bright spot on my Saturday, and you're doing a great job, and the enthusiasm especially is what I need, and I really appreciate it. I do.
Dan,
we're going to get through this one way or another. So,
Dan, thank you so much for calling in. I sincerely appreciate that, and I'm glad that you're still here with us, brother, and that you took the sacrifice to go and do that surgery, because for a lot of men it is scary, especially the prostate and some of the checks and some of the things and places that. I'm just going to leave it at that.
I had an absolute great doctor named Dr. Ransom, and he saved my life.
Yeah.
And I will always say that.
That's amazing, Dan. Thank you. And Ricky is listening.
Anyway, God bless you and your dad and your family, and a happy Thanksgiving to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. Yeah, and thanks for giving me that look, Henry, to just leave the prostate conversation there. But it is one of those things, especially with men and our health. That,
totally.
Men don't live as long as women. And I think a large reason why is because we push things down, right?
Absolutely.
We neglect things.
Mm-hmm.
We have, society teaches us to be strong at all times, not to show any weakness and not to talk about our problems. But man, when I tell you my therapist has been like my lifeline over these last, 6 to 7 months, as I've had a lot of change in my life. Like it's really hard to put into words. So talk about your issues, talk to somebody. If you can't afford a therapist, call a parent, call a friend. You'd be surprised by how many old friends will be there and show up for you. And even if you're just talking about life and not your actual issues, that can go a long way. But this is a political podcast, so we're going to talk about some of the issues here shortly. We do have Jeffrey calling in as well, and just since we're at the 30-minute mark, I just want to reset. You're listening to the Ricky Hendon Radio Show on WCPT AM. We are live on the radio, so if you want to be a part of the show, please call in, talk about our topics with us today, 773-763-9278. Again, 773-763-9278. We have this Trump and Mamdani summit, if you will. I want to talk about that for sure. Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning, Trump threatening to execute Democrats. I mean, there's a lot.
It's crazy.
But to Dan's point, the optimism, where does that come from? I just want to speak to that real quick because I think it is very, very easy to become, I don't want to say this, pessimistic and to lose hope with the world when you have the sitting president of the United States, threatening to execute Democrats and blocking the release of information around a child trafficking ring, right? I mean, let's be real. Like this is some of the craziest times that we've ever lived through. For me, the thing that keeps me optimistic is the fact that the country's been through a lot, but in the words of Martin Luther King Jr., the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice, right? I volunteer a lot at the Chicago Greater Food Depository and some other places as well. And one of the things that they'll tell you is that food insecurity is in a better place now than it's ever been, right? It's very easy to look at the problems and you look at what happened with SNAP here in America, and obviously that's a travesty. But when you look at a lot of the world's issues, more people are being connected to the internet, more people are getting sustainable water, more people are having food than ever before. And so there are problems. But if you fight against those problems, then we're going to be okay. And that's what keeps me optimistic and positive, because me and my father and everybody else that I know that I'm close with, we use our voices, we vote, we donate, we volunteer, and that's how you actually build a better world, because democracy is not a spectator sport. Mm-hmm. All right. We have Jeffrey. Jeffrey, thanks for holding with us for as long as you did. You are on the Ricky Hendon Radio Show with Ricky Jr. Talk to us, brother. What's on your mind?
Yeah, listen, first of all, the first thing I want to say is that my family goes back to the history of this country of nearly 400 years.
Wow.
So I've been around a long time, back 1632. But the reason I'm bringing this up is, first of all, I want to give Jesse Jackson and all you out there some encouragement, because I got about 15 years ago, I don't know if you ever heard of myasthenia gravis. But it's a neuromuscular disease. And I ended up in a hospital bed, and and they told me, they said, you're going to stay in this bed the rest of your life, brother. You ain't going to get up. You ain't going to walk away. And within 3.5 months later, I walked out that door. And I had to do it myself. I mean, I was laying in that bed.
Wow.
And the thing is, I went from a bed to a wheelchair, a walker, and then finally a cane. Mm-hmm. And I did it in about 3.5 months. Wow. And the secret was basically when it said to me, in fact, as I ended up in a nursing home, and they said, you're here for good, brother. Forget it.
Yep.
I was so damn angry, the rage I felt, that the first thing was I had no insurance as far as, physical therapy. So so somebody gave me a couple of empty bottles of Pepsi, filled the 2-liter bottles with water, and I used them to work out.
There you go.
And
that's creative.
And I worked morning, noon, and night, and I climbed on my belly all the way to the bathroom and everything, because they didn't help me. I had to do it myself. and that included learning everything from to crawling to getting to the wheelchair, the walker, and then the walking stick. Or a cane. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because you don't lose hope. You just get angry. You get the rage inside you.
Yeah.
And I was so enraged. I said, how could this happen to me? I don't know, maybe there's a selfish attitude. But I was so angry, I did it.
Yeah.
And when I walked out that door 3.5 months later, the people at the nursing home were looking at me, and they were saying, where the hell do you think you're going? You can't leave us. And I just looked at them and said, eat my dust. And I walked out that door.
I love that story, Jeffrey. That's amazing.
And so what I'm trying to say is to everybody, you just got to get angry. Get more rage in you than you've ever felt before in your life. And I hope that Jesse Jackson and all the rest do the same thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't care how old you are. If you really want it that bad, there's a very good chance you'll get it.
Yeah.
So just never give up. So I just thought I'd mention that. And I hope your dad gets better. And let him get that angry, too. Whatever's wrong with him.
Yeah,
he just got to get furious, that's all.
Well, hey, Jeffrey, if you know my father, you know that they call him Ricky Hollywood Hendon because he's shown his anger. He's shown his emotion for decades in this city, in this county. So I thank you for that story. I appreciate it. And, if you're listening and you have a concern about the property taxes, you have a concern about the way that our federal government is being run, use your voice. Call some senators. Go to the offices. Go rally, protest. I was at 1930 Beach Street protesting the horrible ICE facility for a long time, and they've changed a lot of those conditions, right? It's not taken down, it's not shut down, but it's improved significantly. So I like that. Yeah. Use your energy however you can and get out of bed. Let's just start with this. I know. Yeah. I feel like now I'm doing a therapy show now for everybody. I'm ready to talk about all these topics and all the different things. But sometimes you do need just that reminder that if you're listening right now, the next day, get out of bed. Get out of bed and move your body. I struggled with that. Yesterday was just one of those days for me where I just, it was bad. It was bad. But the more you move your body, the better you're going to feel. And the more active and engaged you are with our politics, even if it's just sharing a post, you know what I mean, with the people that you follow so they can be informed about some of the things that are going on, that makes a difference, right? So anyway, we got Mike in Los Angeles, good old L.A., love L.A., well, let me just say this. I have a love-hate relationship with L.A. There's certain parts of L.A. I like and certain parts that I struggle with. But my sister lives out there, so we're always going to root for them. And I do, mess with the Lakers. Good old LeBron still chugging along. Testament to working hard and taking care of your body. He's a perfect example of that.
Honestly, yeah.
I saw this. This is pretty funny. This is getting way off topic at this point, but here I'm gonna pull this up because this is the show where we're talking about motivation more than politics today. But I'm happy to do it. And Mike, I'll get to you in a moment. But this is just a crazy stat. So LeBron has been in the league so long that the last time he scored under 10 points in a regular season game, the iPhone wasn't released yet, and George Bush was president.
That's hilarious. That's
not when he was drafted, but the last time he scored under 10 points, George Bush was president.
That's
yeah. Anyway, a little off topic, but Mike from Los Angeles, you're on the Ricky Hendon radio show. What's going on, brother?
Ricky Hendon. I called in. I thought it was a Viewpoint that was on my screen, but I didn't. I called for you guys from Alaska, I don't know, 6-7 years ago when Ricky Hendon Sr. was on.
Yeah.
I hope he's doing okay. Was he sick or something? I didn't. Your pension is doing a great job.
Yeah.
Let me get to my point, though. once again, it's 40 years now of Reaganism. We lost our factory jobs. Real estate keeps going up, which is good if you own a home. But we don't have factory jobs like we used to that paid $35 an hour with full benefits. They're overseas. The wealthy have been undertaxed. That happened during the Reagan era. I grew up during the Reagan era. I think I'm your father's age. I'm 66 now.
Yeah.
I grew up during the Reagan depression or recession and then joined the military. I was in the Army for 7 years. So that's my point. But I think we're turning the tide. I mean, with Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning, and I've gone to all these protests for the No Kings rallies and everything, and we went in the big Democratic seats. the turn is tide, and so like you said, you got to get up and you got to stay active. This is our government.
Yeah.
If you don't want to get involved, that's on you. I meet a lot of people all the time and say they think that government is separate from who we are. It's not. It's we the people. It's in our founding document.
Oh yeah.
And my brother Martin Luther King was one of my heroes, and he worked with President Johnson to get the voting rights. I can't think of the right bill that he did. President Johnson.
The Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act, two separate pieces of legislation. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we're on. Here's what I tell everybody in my conversation here: the President of the United States gets a full set of benefits. He's working for us. He's our employee. Gets housing, education, travel. What should we all be getting? We should all be getting Section 8 vouchers at least, or having part of our mortgage taken care of. The President of the United States works for us, and he's getting a full set of benefits. We should be all getting that. That's one of the reasons I joined the military. Look, I'm a patriot. I always wanted to be an Army vet. But soldiering with benefits, I'm interested. Soldiering without benefits, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
My ex-wife was Air Force physician. She just joined for the benefits.
Wow. Yeah.
So, let's stay active. I see the tide turning, and Ricky Hendon, I didn't even know I was going into the Ricky Hendon show. Your father is great. You're doing a great job pinch hitting for him. Last thing real quick, I had prostate problems in my early 20s, and I worked through it with nerves. Wow. Boy, it's a pain, and I got rid of it finally. So, yeah, I mean, get your prostate checked and, keep up with your checks and your
Well, Mike, number one, I always like to say thank you for your service. Because I know that
I joined for the benefits, but no, you're welcome. But once again, real quick, the biggest social program in the United States is the military-industrial complex. I mean, a lot of my soldiers, they just joined to get out of a bad situation, to get benefits. So that's half the reason I joined, or more than half the reason I joined.
Yeah.
But again, everybody should be. I got a military Section 8 voucher. Everybody should be getting a voucher.
Yeah.
My rent's $300 right now a month about. Why isn't everybody else getting it? Well, the Democrats want to. I voted for Jimmy Carter in 1980, and then Reagan got in, and we went in the wrong direction. We lost our factory jobs. We lost our unions.
Trickle-down economics,
Too many tax breaks to the rich. He didn't end the Cold War, by the way. Mikhail Gorbachev ended the Cold War. It was a regime change in the Soviet Union. So, I don't know. We're keep up the work. Stay active.
Thank you.
Have that great attitude. You've got that. Ricky, your father's got that soul.
Amen,
You're on the 1 yard line and going to get to heaven. My father used to joke around. My father was a Democrat.
Yeah, it's a lot of prayer. It's a lot of prayer. It's a lot of work, Mike.
Government can be fun. It's our government. Make it look at it as a fun thing to do.
And Mike, you were out there for the No Kings protest, right? That was a fun, positive environment, right? Yeah. People were in great spirits, standing up for something and standing up for a lot of things. And there were a bunch of different signs, advocating for a bunch of different things. But when we're engaged,
I went to my town halls and I give to the Democratic Party everybody give $10 to the DNC every month. Obama was on the internet saying if everybody gave $1 to the DNC, we wouldn't have any problems, financial problems.
That's interesting.
DNC isn't perfect, and, I'm in the Progressive Democrats of America, by the way. We have a Zoom call tomorrow. Anybody can join. I learned about it through WCPT. It's called Progressive Democrats of America. Okay. We have a Zoom call tomorrow I think it's 2 o'clock Pacific. Yeah. Just go to the website, Progressive Democrats of America.
I love that. And I listed off... Go ahead, Mike.
Martin Luther King rocks, and Muhammad Ali was one of my parents' heroes. My parents were Democrats. My father was an Army vet.
Right.
And, Mike, my father died from Parkinson's, and so did Muhammad Ali. They both stood up against the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Thank you.
I'm kind of ranting,
I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, man.
But thank you, brother. I appreciate
Everybody get out there. Politics is not a spectator sport. Tag, you're it, just like Tom Hartman says.
Tag, you're it. It's your turn. Amazing. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah. Well, there's a lot there, but thank you. And, man, I don't even know what I want to respond to first. He brought up Reagan. That'll get you going.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just say quickly here, I think he hit it right on the head. I mean, if you look at the share of wealth distribution in America, it is very clear that when Reagan got into power and he passed all of his laws, essentially dropping the highest tax rates down from the 80s and 90s down to what they are today, roughly speaking, that really changed everything, right? And that's why for a lot of people, I think it's important to think about not just taxing the rich, but also we need a wealth tax. I'm not sure if I specifically said that on the show before, but if you just fix things going forward, that doesn't address what we've had in the past. Right. Okay, we've had decades of people taking advantage of these low tax laws that has led to all of the financial problems that we have in America today, even though we have more money than every other country. Right? Like the fact that we don't have universal health care and universal education, at least when pretty much all of the major developed nations do, is just a testament to the Ronald Reagan era and us not utilizing our tax dollars efficiently. Okay, so a lot of thoughts on that, but one form of a wealth tax is an estate tax, right? So you tax these people when they die. We used to have that, but then the Trump administration got rid of that, right? You know, for a certain amount of people, or a certain income bracket. I forget exactly how it works, but the point being is that we need to have some type of way that we redistribute the wealth in this country, right? So we could talk more about that, but for me, if I'm going to be advocating for the DNC, if I'm going to be advocating for a platform like, or organization like he was just talking about, for me, I need to see universal health care. I need to see universal education. I need to see free school lunch and breakfast for every child in America, no matter what the circumstances are. I need to see those three things, and there's a couple others as well. But if we could just get those three passed, you know, which is 100% possible, by the way. If you look at the math and you look at the numbers, you know, that's what I need to see. So I gave us some topics at the beginning of the show that we have not really dove too deep into. First and foremost, I want to talk about Trump and Zohran Mamdani. Okay, 45-minute mark. You're listening to the Ricky Hendon Radio Show on WCPT 820 AM. Okay, Trump and Mamdani. Gotta get a deep breath here because this is really frustrating to me. I understand Mamdani's position in meeting with Trump. Obviously, he's in office now. It's different from when you're a candidate to when you're the person who actually has to do the work. And he's going to have to work with Trump, and Trump is going to have to work with Mamdani, right? That is a fact, right? People don't like that, but that is a fact. So I understand it from his perspective. I hate the timing of it because it gave Trump cover from the biggest scandal potentially in American history, right, which is the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Okay. Let's live in the world of facts when it comes to this. Okay. The fact is, we know from the Trump administration that over 1,000 children were trafficked as a part of this operation with Jeffrey Epstein, who is now deceased, and Ghislaine Maxwell, who is alive, right? The Trump administration came out earlier this year and they said the case was closed. No one else was involved, right? I'm pretty sure Cash and Bomdi said that under oath, right, when they testified in front of Congress. And yet, obviously, we know that that's not true because we just got this big dump of files from the Epstein estate, which is different from the Epstein files. Okay. I hate that they had this meeting on a Friday when that was the lead story for the week, and now it's not. Okay. Because one thing that we have learned from the Trump administration is that deflecting is their number one skill. Flood the zone, as Steve Bannon called it. Flood the zone. And so that is the topic of conversation right now in a lot of the left-wing circles that I'm seeing. If we also recall, earlier in the day, Friday or late Thursday, Trump went on Truth Social and essentially called a group of veterans who were literally saying for the military to remember their oath to the Constitution and to remember the fact that you can deny illegal orders. Trump called for those people to be executed. Okay? Trump called for those people to be executed on his public platform on Truth Social. I think it's very easy in the world of 2025 to get lost in the news cycle. And maybe this was something that you saw on your phone and then you scrolled to the next thing, right? Because that's the way that our brains are wired now. You know, we need to consume more long form content like this. So tune into the Ricky Hendon Radio Show where we talk about these things for, about an hour, because it helps things resonate and process more in our brains. The president of the United States called for Democratic lawmakers to be executed. I said it 3 times now. I'll say it again. The president of the United States called for Democratic lawmakers to be executed. And I'm going to pause, and I'm going to say it one more time because this is important. This is not a small news story. This is something that we can't let be shielded by the fact that Trump was looking at Zohran Mamdani like he was a snack, right? You know, the president of the United States called for Democratic lawmakers to be executed. The president of the United States has openly blocked the Epstein files from being released. The president of the United States called Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was one of his biggest supporters, a traitor for fighting for the release of these files. Go back in time with me real quick. Go back to Joe Biden's last State of the Union. Okay? If you can actually visualize that, good for you. There are most people who pay attention to politics every day can't do that. But I know there's one image from this that you can remember. Do you remember, Henry, when Biden was walking down the aisle and he saw Marjorie Taylor Greene from a distance, but then she walked up close to him and she was covered head to toe in bright red MAGA gear. Mm-hmm. And he looked at her and he was like, oh, he acted like he saw a ghost, right? That wasn't that long ago. She was Trump's biggest supporter, but God forbid she asked for the release of the other people who were involved in a child trafficking ring. That is a line that nobody can cross in the eyes of Donald Trump. So we're living in an insane time right now, and it's a lot. And again, the name of their strategy is called the flood zone strategy. But we can't lose sight of the fact that these things are happening just because there's a couple goofy moments between a mayor and the sitting president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world. Okay? So those are my thoughts on Trump and Mamdani. Basically, it doesn't effing matter. What matters is what I just said, which is the fact that the president of the United States has called for the execution of Democratic lawmakers and the fact that he himself has done pretty much everything he can to keep these Epstein files from being released. That's what matters. Don't lose sight of it. Okay? Talk about it. Thanksgiving's coming up. Okay? When you talk to your family on Thanksgiving and these topics inevitably come up, don't run from them if there's somebody who still supports him. These conversations are working. Fox News released their poll with Donald Trump's poll numbers, and he was at a 41% approval rating. That is the lowest approval rating he has ever had in a Fox News poll. And just to give you some perspective, that is the same approval rating Joe Biden had in 2022 when we had 10% inflation coming off of COVID. Trump is doing terrible right now, but we need more people to be informed about what's going on. And the conversation that I always have with people that always breaks through with them and leaves them with nothing to say, which in my mind is them processing, is asking them why did they think Trump had Ghislaine Maxwell moved to a low-security prison? Why would you do something like that? Somebody that's serving 20 years in prison for unspeakable crimes. And yes, it's not 100% confirmed that he did it. It has to be somebody very high up in the Justice Department. But when asked about it twice on camera, he floated the idea of potentially pardoning her. He was like, "Oh, I haven't really thought about it. I don't know, blah, blah, blah." And the second time they asked him about it on camera, which you can look up, by the way, this was right after the Supreme Court rejected her appeals. So the Supreme Court looked at this themselves and they said, "We are not going to hear the appeal for this. You are one of the worst offenders in this country. We're not going to hear this." And when asked about it, the president of the United States said, "Well, I might have to look into that." What are we doing, people? This is not normal. We cannot let this be normal. We cannot afford to let this be normal. And the only way it becomes normal is if people are silent. So talk about it. Okay. What else do we have here? Okay, another story that kind of got lost in the weeds here is this Department of Education, I guess they would say professional degree kind of certification story. Okay, so essentially what happened is, for those who aren't familiar, the Department of Education came out and they said that certain programs, mostly in the healthcare space, the most notable was nursing, but there are other things like speech pathologist and mostly female-dominated fields in the medical industry, were no longer considered professional degrees. So what this did And what this does moving forward for anybody who is in college now, I believe, or anybody that's going to college, is that if they go and they try to get student loans to go to be a nurse, for example, they're going to be limited to the amount of student loans they can get. Don't quote me on this because I don't have the exact numbers. When I do have the numbers, I will give them to you directly. But I think it's about they can get up to $25,000 in federal loans now, and then the rest they have to go to private loans, which a lot of people just aren't going to be able to get. So what this is going to do, this is going to dramatically, within a year or two, decrease the amount of students going to get these medical program degrees in the United States. And I just remember one of the other degrees was a physician assistant, right? So not a nurse, not a doctor, but kind of somewhere in between, right? Anybody that's been a part of the medical, we've all been a part of the medical system in America at some point. You know what I mean? Whether you were born, whether you're, 7 years old like my father, or, like everybody knows that we have a shortage of nurses, doctors, physicians assistants, et cetera, within our country. And so this is just going to make the entire medical system significantly worse because those people are the actual backbones of the doctor's office. If you go to the doctor, if you go to the hospital, you might see your doctor a couple of times a day, but your nurse is going to come in and check on you, however many times, right? And so this is all part of the Project 2020 strategy to cripple the healthcare system and to make people essentially worse off financially and have worse health outcomes. There's no other way to put it. There's no reason why you wouldn't, especially because these are people who, when they get their degrees, they actually get jobs at a high attainment level and they pay back their loans at a high level. So it doesn't make any sense financially. It doesn't make any sense economically. And it just begs the question once again, who are these guys working for? Because I know who's celebrating today, Henry.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who's that?
The people who get these private loans. The private loan companies, where they can charge you a 10% interest rate. They're loving this because they're going to make money. They're going to make a ton of money off of the people who can go. And the people who can't go, they weren't going to get money from those people anyway. So now they don't care.
Yeah.
It's insane, people. Don't become normal to the things that we're seeing in this administration. I know it might be something you see quick on your phone and you scroll to the next thing, or maybe you do watch the news and then they go to a freaking Arby's commercial. I don't know. I picked on them because they're a huge right-wing donor.
Oh, yeah.
Arby's is, yeah.
Good to know.
But, we cannot become numb to a lot of what's happening here. So take a deep breath, relax, stay engaged. And Henry, any other topics? We're kind of at the back end of the show here. We got a couple minutes here, so I guess I could have somebody else call in. Anything top of mind for you, or anything that's been hot here with the station the last couple days or hours?
Oh man, well, like you said, it's so hard to keep track of everything because the news moves so fast at this point. Like the fact that you were talking about how the city, the union, how hard that could be to imagine. I was trying to imagine in my head. I'm like, oh wait, yeah, that's right. That it feels like a lifetime ago. Yeah. Because every day it's a new thing. It's a new thing. It's a new thing.
Yeah.
And again, it's their strategy. It's and it works unfortunately very well for them. But it just can't be. It can't be the case that we forget that all these norms are being broken. No one cares because everything happens just back to back to back to back to back.
Yeah.
How can you pay attention to everything with full conviction like you could with back in the day, back when we had it good during the Biden years, when it's we have a news cycle, it happens, and thankfully when he first got elected, I was so happy because I'm like, okay, cool, politics is going to be quote unquote boring again.
Yeah,
which
yeah,
not to be not that it should be boring, but just because it's not going to be this insane
on fire every single day,
every day, multiple times a day too sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. And that's a great point because obviously there were issues under the Biden administration, right? But one thing that I was just thinking about today is like, man, every time Trump's president, we're arguing every day.
Yes.
Right? Even the people who are supporters of his, they're on Facebook arguing with people in comment sections. They're butting heads with people at grocery stores. You know what I mean? There's just a level of chaos, which is by design, by the way. Right? Everything that is done with them and their administration is very, very tactical. Trump is not a planner, but he is a tactician.
Yes.
He knows what he's doing.
Absolutely.
And so it's unfortunate that we're here, but we live in the world of optimism. Henry.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
And the show is coming to an end. And so we're going to leave on an optimistic, how should I say, outro, I guess is probably the best word. Yeah. Optimistic outro. The world is a complicated place, and there's a lot that is thrown at us. But we talked about a lot of topics today. Share those topics. Share those news stories. Thanksgiving is coming up. Have conversations with your family about a lot of these things so they can understand what's happening. Democracy is not a spectator sport, but make sure that you're engaged, because if you are engaged, there's one thing that we've seen from America is that we can pull ourselves out of these